Well, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We are meeting face to face today. Today is the first day we have met face to face for almost exactly 2 years. I remember our meeting 2 years ago in March of 2020, where we were meeting face to face right at the time COVID was raising its ugly head, and the meeting sort of dissolved because people wanted to get home and be safe. So it's good to be back and actually get a chance to meet many of the folks that we have seen on video. This is I believe, a hybrid meeting, so there's also there's not only a face-to-face, but there's also internet uh, connection. And for those attending in person, please complete a blue sheet slip and turn it into Edmund. And when it's time for your public comments, we will acknowledge you. You can come forward, tell us your name and affiliation, and then provide a 3-minute public comment. And for those participating remotely, we will take written questions and comments. And please email your public comments and questions to DISB at deltacouncil.ca.gov. And again, include in that email what item you would like to make a public comment on. And again, when you are, if you prefer to do it orally, then we will again acknowledge you and you provide your name and affiliation, and then a 3-minute public comment. First, we'll do a roll call and make sure that boards and board members can introduce themselves and state whether or not they have any new declarations. Steve Brandt, no new declarations, and I'll go around the room. Bob?
Bob Nyman, no new declarations.
Okay, Virginia?
Virginia Dale, no new declarations.
Okay, Joe?
Joe Fernando, no new declarations.
Tom?
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Diane?
Diane McKnight, no new declarations.
Jay Lund, no new declarations.
Lisa? Oh. And Tanya?
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Okay, before we get started, I want to announce that we're going to be changing the order of the presentations and the agenda items. The one of the agenda items, which is the agenda item currently number 5, which is the post-tour debrief. We're going to move that towards the end of the day because some of the board members have to leave early and they were on the tour, so they can be involved in other discussions earlier in the day. So the new items in order, this is the order that we will go. Items number 1, 2, 3, 6, and then we'll take a break. Then 4, 7, and hopefully we'll be ready for lunch by then. And then 8, 9, 4, and 10. So there's just a couple of items that have been switched around, and that'll make the flow of the meeting better and so forth. So without that completes, I believe, today in general, today is sort of a lot of open discussion about where the board wants to go now that we have completed some of our reviews. We want to talk about how we treat our reviews and how we deal with sort of the, I want to say the aftermath, but the outreach and extension and engagement after our reviews. And we'll be talking specifically about a couple of our ongoing reviews. A large part of the meeting will be talking about the future, where we want to go in the future, what our future reviews might look like, and what the next steps might be in that process to zero in on something on reviews that we would embark on. So I'll move on to item number 2, which is the chair's report. And as part of your meeting package, there are 4 copies of 4 correspondence we've received and public comments. And they're all from I believe they're all from California Water Research. One of them deals with comments related to what we're calling the Hastings report and the assessment of the value and impact of the Delta ISB. A second one is a comment related to the March 10th presentations and recommends that we make sure that information gets out, and particularly through Maven's notebook. The next 2 largely relate to our reaffirming our independence and talking about transparency issues and the Bagley Keene Open Meeting Act. And normally we don't respond individually to these, but I just want to assure everyone in the audience that the independence of the Delta is probably our most valued aspect, and we guard that religiously. And I, as chair, have made sure that our independence is clearly independence. We want to make sure that we're not influenced by any policy or things like that, because it's the independent nature of the board that makes the board's reviews trusted, as we've seen in the Hastings report that they are. I think also we fully abide by the Open Meeting Act, and it's part of our guidelines, and it's something we do our best to follow, both in the letter of the law as well as in the spirit of the law. And okay, so we'll move on from that. The DISB presented a summary of our monitoring review report at the IEP workshop. We submitted a poster, and the poster session, we didn't have a lot of people attend the individual open session when we were there, but we had, as my latest count was 88 folks that actually looked and read our poster. So I think it did get quite a bit of exposure. We did have a few people that had questions on various aspects of it, but I think that certainly is a good venue to keep making sure that we use to spread the word in terms of our reviews, both at early stages as well as continuing and final stages. I want to introduce Lillian McCormick. I know she was introduced before, but she's our new Sea Grant postdoc, and this is she started on the 1st of April, so this is her first official meeting that she's attending. So welcome. We are going to have presentations, we believe possibly at our May meeting, from both Allegra and Christine and Lillian, on giving us a little bit further background what their areas of interest are. There are 2 Sea Grant postdocs and 1 Sea Grant fellow. I wanted to remind folks that since this is our first in-person meeting in over 2 years, we have printed copies of some of both the Delta Science Plan, the Delta Program Assessment, the Hastings Report, our non-native species review, and I believe the monitoring review is back there as well. So those are final documents, and all the public is absolutely welcome to take those copies with them. Okay, any public comments on this, Edmund?
Yes, we do. We have one registered from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you can unmute your microphone when you get the chance, if you still have a public comment on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the chair for his exceptional leadership during this incredibly challenging time for the Delta Independent Science Board. And we did identify issues of transparency with the Delta Stewardship Council's oversight of the Science Board and administration. There was never a meeting held. There was never a meeting agenda about the funding for the Independent Science Board, and it was only done through one-on-one briefings by the Stewardship Council chair. And I was also informed at that time that the Delta lead scientist was having one-on-one meetings with the board members, and it just what seemed like an extraordinarily difficult situation, and we didn't raise the issue. But going forward, I think it's just incredibly important for the independence of the board that the Delta Independent Science Board be administered by the council as a standing board of the state of California. And if there are requests by the Delta Stewardship Council, I believe your founding chair, Richard Norgard, sometimes said there were marching orders, that it go through the front door, that there be an open and transparent process. And there's also some changes that probably need to be made to the DISB guidelines because of the new law that the board shall execute their functions independently of the council. So there are, some explicit mentions of the council. So we hope that these letters, which our attorney was an attorney for 28 years for the State Department of Rehab, and also when the rehab had their own appeals board, she was their attorney. So we did research it carefully, and it is also in the Delta ISB guidelines. This isn't to be critical, but just that it's incredibly important going forward, and will hopefully protect the board from attempts to interfere with the board. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deidre. I, for one, as stated before, believe in the total independence of the Delta Independent Science Board. I don't believe the council is, I would never use the word that they have I would be fearful of using the word that they have oversight of us, because that would something we avoid like the plague. I shouldn't use that term. But I did want to remind everyone that we are, as we've talked about this before, we are in the process of reviewing and rewriting our guidelines. Particularly in the context of the new legislation. We want to make sure that the new guidelines reflects the terminology in the new legislation that relates to us. So that's part of the process. We're still working on that. Any other public comment, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay. The next item is the Delta Stewardship Council report, and that's going to be given by Amanda Bowles.
Well, thank you, Chair Brandt, and good morning, Delta ISB members. It's really good to be here in person and honestly a little bit strange. So, so bear with me. Before I provide an update on the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee activities, I first want to share Council Vice Chair Medueno's sincere regards and regrets that she can't be here with all of you this morning, but she is attending the Water Education Foundation's Water 101 Symposium today to immerse herself more fully in California water, and seriously, no pun intended. She's really kind of been jumping in since becoming Vice Chair and now Acting Chair at the Council. Vice Chair Medueno also asked me to share how much she appreciates what you all do and the unique role that the ISB plays in the Delta Science enterprise. She also appreciates the long-term coordination that the ISB and the Council have had over the years, and is eager to start leading a path to improved and increased coordination and support around communicating the ISB's value to and roles and responsibilities in the Delta. So, and she hopes to be in front of you soon, hopefully at the next ISB meeting. So moving on to DPIC, March 28th was the first DPIC meeting of 2022. And the primary focus of the meeting was a panel on cross-estuary collaboration and projects that support both Delta Plan implementation and actions in the San Francisco Estuary Partnership's Estuary Blueprint. So carbon sequestration, sediment, environmental justice were highlighted during the panel, which was moderated by Larry Goldsman from the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, and included Delta lead scientist Laurel Larson, Caitlin Sweeney from the San Francisco Estuary Partnership, Campbell Ingram from the Delta Conservancy, Letitia Grenier from the San Francisco Estuary Institute, and Moises Moreno Rivera, Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice at the California Natural Resources Agency. Council staff also presented upcoming salinity management workshops and Delta Plan performance measures. And then the DPIC members also heard an update on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee and endorsed a vision statement, 4 goals, and several related objectives that I'd like to share with all of you right now. So if you want to put the slides up now, that would be great. So the vision came about through a couple of public DPIC Restoration Subcommittee meetings, and then also a small work group that was formed of the Restoration Subcommittee members. And so the vision statement, the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee envisions a Delta ecosystem that supports the mosaic of natural and human communities is resilient to stressors, adapts to change, and is accessible for recreation. So we try to address in kind of a succinct way all the different things that we are hoping that restoration can provide in the system. So if you want to move to the next slide, I'll start just kind of walking through each of the goals and the specific objectives for each. So goal 1, increase interagency collaboration to streamline restoration implementation. And so really here trying to identify ways that we can begin to identify regulatory challenges and to work with efforts that are already underway, like the Cutting Green Tape initiative that the administration and the resources agency have really been leading. Also looking for how we can identify efficiencies and areas for improved collaboration and long-term management. Want to explore what we can learn from existing efforts and long-term efforts that have been working to overcome implementation challenges such as IAMIT, AMIT, and then also BRIT, which is the Bay, I always get this acronym wrong, Bay Restoration Regulatory Integration Team, which is a program in the Bay Area that pulls together a number of the regulatory agencies to streamline permitting in the Bay. Also want to really work to figure out how we can sustain and support the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee long-term. Right now, it is the council and the Conservancy who are staffing the effort, but we are exploring ways that we can work with our other DPIC agencies to really kind of support staff or consultant to really support this work. I mean, you'll see as I walk through the objectives that there's a lot that we want to do. And with existing staff, that's going to be rather challenging. So we are exploring that. And then finally, develop a work plan to really kind of, next steps after now that we've received endorsement for all of these is to develop an actual work plan that we can then start to implement. Next slide, please. Goal 2, identify opportunities in restoration planning and long-term management. And so here's where we really want to explore how we can partner and use existing tools, but then also identify other tools that might be available to assist in restoration. Identify mechanisms for evaluating the effectiveness of restoration and opportunities for better implementing long-term adaptive management, monitoring, and synthesis. And then really pursue opportunities for coordination with the science program and the ISB. So definitely want to be working with all of you and I will speak to that a little bit more in a moment. Next slide, please. Goal 3, increase transparency and coordination around existing, new, and needed restoration funding. Everyone involved in the restoration subcommittee has acknowledged just how much money is coming toward restoration in California right now. But there's a lot that we don't know about really what that is. And so I think certainly initially synthesizing and sharing the information that we know about existing and new funding programs, so we really understand the funding landscape. And then identify institutional bottlenecks related to actually getting that money on the ground so that we can actually implement the projects. And that includes staff capacity, bond language that oftentimes is cumbersome and slows things down, and then really trying to identify some solutions to reducing those bottlenecks. And then finally, if needed, identify if we need to be advocating in some way to the degree that we can as state and federal agencies to increase funding for meeting ecosystem goals and objectives. And next slide. And finally, goal 4, provide forums for meaningful community participation in Delta restoration efforts. So several years ago, the Delta Conservancy had an ongoing process of called the Delta Restoration Network. And really, they were trying to pull together not only the project proponents, but also locals so that they could kind of keep everybody up to speed on kind of what was going on, but also receive feedback on these projects. And so we want to kind of create a kind of a new version of that. Well, right now, which we're calling the Restoration Forum. And so we plan to convene twice yearly community forums to discuss current restoration efforts and community concerns. And right now we're hoping to do something sometime between spring and fall-ish, still kind of figuring out the logistics on that and given capacity. We also plan to hold publicly noticed subcommittee meetings, probably quarterly at this point. And then we also want to develop a robust outreach and engagement program that really tries to reach local landowners and agencies, environmental justice organizations, tribes, and then Delta community members. So those are the goals and objectives. And just one thing I do want to stress, just a little bit more is that we gladly welcome input and participation from the ISB and especially on the work plan development and implementation, and would just love to hear ideas that any of you have about that, and how maybe individual ISB members would like to get engaged, or how you would like me to keep you all up to date on this effort. So with that, that concludes my comments, but I'm happy to answer your questions and to discuss anything that I've mentioned.
Thanks, Amanda.
Mhm.
I have a question on the restoration subcommittee. Are they beginning to look at, or have they looked at what the restoration goals are in terms of ecosystem goals, not numbers of acres or anything like that, but are there any functional goals, ecosystem goals for restoration as a whole in the Delta?
We haven't yet, but I think that is something that I think, especially looking, I think it's at goal 2, that is something we'll be considering. And because right now our primary goal is what's in the Chapter 4 amendment to, or the amendment to Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, which are targets, which are acreage targets. So I think one of the next steps will be identifying some of those other things, which is really going to require coordination with the other DPIC agencies, because we all kind of have different ideas about what that is and what those things are. But I think that is a potential next step for us to kind of move toward doing.
Yeah, because in many respects, one could argue that if you have a certain restoration goal, let's say it's an ecosystem function or some sort of reestablishment of species or something like that, that only then could you know how many acres and what sort of things would you need to do in order to achieve that goal. So just a thought.
Yeah.
Any, I see Tom.
Amanda, I have a question about identifying stakeholders. We're just starting a review, and we wanted to engage the stakeholders, and what we pretty quickly discovered was there wasn't any stakeholder list per se. And I'm curious whether you thought about that challenge, and whether there is any kind of list, maybe, that's categorical to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something just, we talk about just at the council, and, in general is, we have different initiatives, say Delta Adapts and other initiatives where we've developed different lists that are probably more my kind of interest areas. So certainly I think we know who the restoration, the reclamation districts are. And then, the work we've been doing around the development of the environmental justice issue paper we're working on, we're really trying to work with the, community partners in the environmental justice community. And so we've identified a long list of those folks. So I think we have a lot of that information, but they're kind of in distinct places. And so it'd be a matter of kind of pulling it together, depending on really kind of who you identify as your actual stakeholders or interested parties, or who your audience is, even so to speak. So I think there is work that we could do we do have some of that. We do have a lot of that information. It's just kind of scattered.
I would encourage you to do that, because,
Yeah.
for example, some of the goals there
Mhm.
require identifying the people you're going to communicate to.
Mhm. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's something we'll absolutely be doing, especially as we get closer to holding like the first restoration forum, is really identifying, as I mentioned in kind of the last objective and goal 4 is to really develop that robust outreach strategy. And so, yeah, we'll definitely be going through an exercise of probably looking at all the different lists we have to make sure that we are capturing it, and then seeing where there's gaps and working to fill those gaps. Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Amanda, I really like the objectives, even though they are quite open-ended at this stage. And you didn't, at least I didn't hear a timeline for making them a bit more quantitative and, have some deliverables. Could you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah. So yeah, the next phase of this will be the development of a work plan. So in which case we'll flesh out the objectives and kind of come up with like actions for each of those. And then within that, we'll also be looking at a timeline. And right now, overall, we're looking at these goals and objectives to be implemented through 2022, 2023.
Oh.
So our work plan will be over that, I guess 18 months now is probably roughly what we're looking at.
So you'll have a work plan in 18 months or?
No, we hope to have a work plan within the next couple of months, and then, but the work plan will be for like an 18-month period. So to get us through the rest of 2022 and then through 2023 as well.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Look forward to reading it.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, Tanya.
There we go. Thanks, Amanda. This great update. One of the things we're scoping right now for a potential review is subsidence reversal. And we're thinking about, Tom, I think was hinting at this when he was asking about the stakeholder question. We're thinking about doing it more through a workshop, but also bringing in stakeholders to help us scope out what are some of the questions that would be important. And just in your comments there, you were mentioning how there could be some ISB input into this broader DPIC effort on restoration. And I'm just wondering, do you see, are there particular things that we could think about with scoping this subsidence reversal review that might be informative to the broader effort? Or could we think about ways of helping us develop this workshop in a way that could work better with what DPIC's trying to do here?
I think so. I think,
Yeah.
yeah, let's definitely, after this, connect and talk
Mhm.
about what that would be and where those connections are. But yeah, I would think that there would definitely be some kind of overlapping opportunities and goals and opportunities here.
Yeah.
So,
It'd be nice to
mhm.
leverage some of those
Yeah.
energies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Does that conclude your report?
It does.
Any public comments, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're giving you the ability to mute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to thank everybody for thinking about Delta stakeholders. And I can also contribute a list from having worked for a decade in this area and done a lot of mapping of, you know, who the various groups are in the Delta. And I also wanted to say I just realized the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee is also a state body under the Bagley-Keene Act. There's a clause that a state body includes a body where a state entity, a state body is an official representative. And there are official representatives of multiple different state agencies on DPIC. So the Restoration Subcommittee, the Environmental Justice Group, they're all created by formal actions and they're all subject to Bagley-Keene. And I believe the Restoration Group is advertising. I'm not sure their meetings and noticing them. I'm not sure the Environmental Group is. In addition, there was a science tracker team that grew out of DPIC's independent Delta Science Funding and Governance that I don't think has been noticed at all. But there's a $500,000 contract, and so obviously they're doing something. So I do think the Restoration Subcommittee meetings are a good place for the board to attend formally and interface, and you know, can have multiple board members. And I wanted to encourage you to think about that because that solves issues with openness and transparency. And it also encourages full participation. Because the problem with the report backs is that information sort of only goes one way. And I'd love to see the scientists in the same room with all the restoration folks, the scientists on the ISB who are interested. So those are my suggestions. And one further thing, I identified there's some real gaps in outreach about the Delta DAPS flooding group. And I've been hoping to find a way to point out what they are, and to ensure that those communities are reached out to and that their input is considered. So I thank you very much for all your efforts and for thinking about this. And I think it's profoundly important for climate adaptation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Edmund?
There are no additional public comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Amanda. Okay, now we're moving to what had originally been item number 6 on the agenda, which is a discussion related to the Delta Science Strategy and Delta ISB thematic reviews. And Edmund, if you can put my my one and only slide up.
Yeah, just give me a minute, Steve.
Okay, as background, this is an idea that I've had for a little bit of while, but it really crystallized within the last month or so, and I want to discuss it and propose it to the board as an idea to solve some of our, not solve, but to just an idea to move forward. And the Delta Science strategy. I thought about this actually 6 or 7 years ago when I first came on the board and saw this Delta Science strategy. This is the Delta Science strategy that is listed in the Delta Science Plan. It's listed in the Delta Science Action Agenda. These are words taken directly from that. And it says a Delta Science strategy is a collaborative effort intended to guide and benefit the broad Delta community. It is a 3-part planning, implementation, and reporting strategy made up of the Delta Science Plan, the Delta Science Action Agenda, and the State of the Bay Delta Science. And it says this strategy establishes a foundation for One Delta, One Science, an open Delta Science community that works together to build a common body of scientific knowledge. Now, this strategy, which consists of 2 documents, the Delta Science Plan and the Delta Science Action Agenda, that are developed through public processes and interaction and drafts and so forth. And then the State of the Bay Delta Science report, the latest one published in 2016, which is a compilation of targeted manuscripts to look at, in essence, in my view, a synthesis of where the state of the science is on certain topics. There's no public input on that. It's peer-reviewed publications. I've always thought, where does the Delta Independent Science Board thematic reviews fit into that? In many respects, this Delta Science strategy, almost by definition, is and I underline the Delta, or the science strategy for the Delta. It is something that is clearly accepted by the science program as the strategy. They use it in terms of their call for proposals, that if you align with the certain items within the science action agenda or whatever, that gives, it must in some cases align with that. It's accepted by certainly the management community in terms of their funding initiatives and so forth. They use the Delta Science strategy as the accepted strategy for the Delta. And it is, I believe, accepted by the community, the broader community within the Delta. I wonder why our thematic reviews are not an equal part of this. And it seems to me that we have an open public process. We thoroughly review topics. We come up with recommendations that are clearly often Delta-wide. They're often multi-agency wide. They're very strategic in nature in many cases. And why aren't we the 4th leg in this 3-legged stool? And it seems to me, we are part of the Delta Reform Act. Our reviews are thematic, where we look at, it's a different attack on these problems. The Science Action Agenda, it covers a lot of topics, but it's designed, as it states, specifically targeted towards more immediate management needs. And our reviews take a different approach altogether. We're looking at a thematic review like monitoring or non-native species and so forth, and attacking the same strategic approach a different way by looking at themes and coming up with specific recommendations. One could argue that if the science program and thereby the council accepted our thematic reviews as part and parcel of the formal recognized part of the underlying the Delta Science strategy, they immediately gain recognition among scientists, among management community, and among stakeholders, as this is an important document. I think that would trigger management agencies, for example, stakeholders and others, perhaps to be more engaged in our process from the very beginning and throughout the process, and certainly pay more attention to the results. And maybe that's an approach that can help us achieve some of the recommendations made in the Hastings report, where we need to get back to managers and more or less convince them to listen to us through engagement and outreach and so forth. But if it became I want to say legitimized, but adopted as part of the strategy from the very onset, I think it gains that attention. I tried to look at the history of this. I think this came up under Peter Goodwin's reign, and as far as I know, moving forward with the Delta, what is and is not part of the Delta Science strategy is under the hopefully the control of the Delta Science Program and/or Council. And I'd recommend that we explore this as an option and make a recommendation to them in our response to the Hastings report, that one of the most fundamental ways that we can move forward to get management acceptance of our recommendations is to adopt our thematic reviews as part and parcel of the science agenda, science strategy. I would not change the way we do reviews at all. I think we do our reviews exactly the same way. I would start out and say, okay, take our monitoring review and our recommendations in that and our non-native species review, put it up here as part of the former science strategy and make it something that is promoted by the council, promoted by the program, and promoted throughout the Delta as an important, recognized as an important document. I think one of the recommendations in the Hastings report says specifically that the council should more actively promote implementation of Delta ISB review recommendations. This would do that. Now, if you go through and look at the Hastings report on, let's say, pages 45 to 52, there's a compilation of how our reviews are already incorporated into the science action agenda. It's already incorporated into the science plan. They're incorporated into new things that are done, like the implementation, the integrated modeling committee, things like that. So our reviews, recommendations are already incorporated into it in part, but we have no say which recommendations are adopted and moved forward, or which ones are considered important or unimportant. And many of them are, and many of those are already incorporated. But by making all of our recommendations a formal part of the science strategy, I think we accomplish a lot. And I think what it does is then allows us to, if we go to DPIC, if we go to others and make presentations about our recommendations, they might listen more carefully, because this becomes part of science strategy and not just a review by board members, by the Independent Science Board that can be put on a shelf somewhere. But anyway, I move we discuss it and see whether we want to make that as part of a letter that goes to the Hastings report.
I think you bring up a very timely subject of Delta science strategy writ very large, as is in the center of this diagram. You could hardly read it much larger. The Delta Reform Act of 2009 implies a very ambitious goal for the Delta Science Program and the Delta Stewardship Council in not orchestrating, but in helping to coordinate and integrate the science activities of what is really a very far-flung, decentralized, and sometimes feudal empire of science programs, important science programs in the different agencies. It's important that every agency have its own science capabilities. Don't get me wrong. But it is also important that there be a common science program and a synthesis of science activities and programs, so that we can have a common Delta policy that makes some common sense in several senses of the word. This, I think, was the intent to a large degree of large parts of the Delta Reform Act. It's why it was appointed to have a lead scientist for the Delta, not a lead scientist for each agency involved in the Delta, but a lead scientist for the Delta overall. So I think this diagram, this topic of conversation is really important for us and for the whole science community and the Delta long term itself. The the current structure of science plan, the current science plan, the first science plan was a tremendous accomplishment because it was the first science plan. Just its existence made it very useful, I think, in sort of conceptualizing this, even though it was pretty thin on details and high on aspirations. The second science plan, in my assessment, was pretty tepid. It was incredibly incremental. It was sort of the lowest common denominator of what you could get the individual agency science programs to agree on easily. And so it falls short in my mind of the aspirations of the original legislation. We also have the voluntary agreements, which have been long talked about for several years. And we now have a document in front of us, came out the 29th of March, I believe, which proposes an additional science effort by a group of parties to a voluntary agreement regarding environmental regulations, complying with various environmental regulations of the Delta. I think this is a potentially very important effort. The document itself specifies a role for the Delta Independent Science Board in reviewing some of the documents and activities of the voluntary agreements. It doesn't really mention us in terms of a role in their science program, but this is early days. So but in terms of the whole constellation of all these different science programs and lead scientists, this is something not only for us to ponder, because we have very little efficacy in where we are in these constellations, but it's something for everybody else to ponder as well, and particularly the Stewardship Council and how it wants to fit in this and fit its nominal leadership as specified in the 2009 legislation in the constellation of sometimes futile efforts, futile, sometimes, I have to be careful how I say that word, and how we can be most useful in that larger constellation. So I think this is a really good topic. I don't know that we will finish it in 1 hour, but I'm really glad you brought it up.
Okay, Joe.
So over the years, I look at this time to time and always think about where are we fit in this whole triangle. So I always thought that this is the general broad outline of Delta science, and that all those legs are powered by us. If you look at each of those action items, connecting the three circles, three circles, the lines, you can see there are certain action items there. We are really into each one of them. So I'm wondering whether we should have some other role in those legs, well articulated and well powered, rather than having us as a fourth leg. Because we are really doing it, it's just we don't get the proper recognition what we are doing. So that, is a little peeve, all of us. So you might want to think about, how to strengthen those and articulate our contributions into that, or imperativeness into those, rather than a fourth leg. The fourth leg kind of asking us to be another central role on this broad enterprise. Yes, we do play a central role, but in a specific way. So I just want to bring that point.
Yeah, I think I was not thinking that we have any new responsibilities for this. We just have recognition by the program and the council, and frankly, the larger community that our reviews are on an equal par with these other circles. And I would hope some creative person could come up with a diagram that would outline maybe not a fourth stool or a third stool, but some way that would demonstrate that. But I don't want to, I'm thinking right now we're kind of regulated in many respects to, yeah, those are good reports that we'll probably read, as well as the workshop that was done last week and this report and the literature. And if we're just listed as one of those other things that are used to derive these other products, then it trivializes what we do. And then we're just part of the broader science community. And I'm thinking that, our recommendations are different. I know the science action agenda was originally kind of a 4-year thing, and now some of their recommendations are much broader. But ours are almost they're different because they're thematic and they're across the board in terms of across the Delta. Normally, all of them are Delta wide and multiple agency kinds of recommendations. So that's another cut to the pie, and I could see that the one would establish the role of the bubbles without talking about the roles of the individuals in the bubbles, if that makes sense. And any other thoughts, Tom? Go around the room, Tom, then Lisa, and Laurel.
Yeah, I think Joe's comments were pretty accurate because, over my 4 years now on the board, I've spent a fair amount of time reviewing each one of the corners of the triangle. And so we're participating in the process. It's just we're kind of buried in that review process. And one simple way of maybe aggregating our perspective might be an annual report from the board itself. Our reviews sometimes, there's a lot of detail in the recommendations, but we could emphasize, what are the really important parts of those reviews and the other things that we've looked at during the course of the year. And not only does it describe our impact, but it also would create another opportunity to ask people who can make the decisions to implement some of the things that we're doing that are the most important recommendations.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, one of the things that I was thinking about is, again, the Hastings report, which is emphasizes our need to engage the management community more directly to, in essence, adopt our recommendations. And one way to do that is individually or collectively engaging them and more outreach and state, products and so forth. But another way is to get a higher level recognition that those recommendations are indeed considered on an equal par with these other bullets. That would be the basic theme. I don't care how you draw it, but that our recommendations are equal par with those that come out of the science action agenda and the science plan. The manuscripts are, the Bay Delta reports, to me, is a different animal because it's a peer-reviewed publications. Lisa. No.
First, I just want to be the Steve translator a little bit. So Steve, you said we're going to do our reviews exactly the same, but we have been listening very carefully to the Hastings et al. Report, and we see how we can improve some of the ways we're doing reviews. So you think you were primarily saying we were going to be we were going to maintain our independence, but it didn't mean we were going to do our reviews exactly the same way. Okay, so
it meant that by getting equal recognition, that that step alone would not influence the way we do our review.
So the key being maintaining our independence. Okay, but now to the more substantive issues. So I appreciate what Jay's point about agencies try to find common ground among things they can do, easily because they're already overworked. So I think we need to recognize that. But and so what I'm trying to think about here, I think this is a really interesting suggestion. What we need to think about is that a lot of our recommendations are more strategic and more long-term than some of the things going on in the circles. And so I wonder if we need to think about the fact that we are more long-term strategy and how do we integrate in a way that's most useful there while also doing some of the things I think that Joe said. We could be better engaged in some of the things that are going on in the circles. We've had this, what I'm learning as a new board member is that we want to maintain our independence. We want to be able to review things like the science needs assessment after it comes out, but that means we're not as engaged as we might be in setting the science needs assessment. So that seems like a hurdle we need to figure out. So.
Laurel.
Thank you. I appreciate all of these comments and I'm listening with great interest. I wanted to just first of all express agreement with what Joe was saying on the importance of the ISB. I should take this off in each of the legs connecting the circles. The ISB reviews have been pivotal in how we're thinking about updating the science plan. We've been combing through those reviews and identifying grand challenges that should influence the strategy that is espoused in the Delta Science Plan. Some of the recommendations from ISB reviews have also been almost directly translated into science actions in the science action agenda. And so I would like a formal, well, first of all, I agree that I think the time is now to formally incorporate ISB recommendations into the science strategy and to give them proper recognition and to give them that platform. But the way in which that's going to be done, I think should reflect those contributions to all of those circles. One of the things that we've been talking about internally is that right now, our science strategy is kind of summarized by 3 documents, but there's really a lot more than 3 documents that goes into our strategic planning. And so maybe the way to think about our strategy is with more general terms. Planning could encompass the shorter range planning that is typically associated with the Delta Science Plan, but also longer range planning, such as that encapsulated by the science needs assessment. The science action agenda is considered to be a focusing mechanism, but I would prefer to see this bubble to be considered as prioritization. And a lot of those recommendations in the ISB reviews do help us identify what the near-term priorities are. And as far as reporting goes with State of the Bay, Delta Science, I like to think of that bubble as more of a synthesis bubble, where reporting is done through several mechanisms. It's done through State of Bay Delta Science. It's also done in ISB reviews of the state of the science underlying particular thematic areas. And there are a number of other synthesis activities that inform the planning and the prioritization. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, that we are thinking about possibly embracing a more general approach to this science strategy and figuring out how to best highlight contributions of the ISB within that strategy while not trivializing those recommendations, I think is the challenge before you all and before us as we think about how to respond to this discussion.
Thanks, Laurel. That brings up a few thoughts in my mind. One is the Bay Delta report is a series of excellent papers, but they are peer-reviewed science publications. There's no connection to our reviews. They don't feed into that other than as another publication. We have authors, board member authors on some of those papers, but there's no connection to that. There's no public forum. There's no public comment. It's a different sort of animal, which is fine. It's not, that doesn't mean it's a bad animal. It's just a different animal, but there's no formal feed, frankly, of the science action agenda into that, or the Delta recommendations into that, or possibly even the science plan, other than maybe setting the topics at the very beginning. So the other thing I think is, you also point out, is very true, that our recommendations are looked at a lot in terms of the science plan and the science action agenda, as are many other documents, and so, and then there's some decisions made within the program of which ones to use and which ones not to use. So our recommendation, if I want to be harsh, our recommendations are filtered and some are accepted and some are not, as a step forward. And it's that filter it is a filter. And I'm just thinking, if there was equal status, here's the way to look at, maybe it is strategic, maybe we term it something else. I know you're thinking of synthesis, immediate actions and so forth. maybe there's a term that we use. But I think to get that recognition amongst particularly management agencies and scientists themselves, that this is something worth looking at in terms of setting their own priorities. I think having that sort of equal recognition up front, where people themselves and agencies themselves can pick and choose which ones they want to do. But right now there's a filtering process done through, I know in part through public comment and in part through the program in terms of what's published in those documents. So that's kind of the argument I'm making. I'm not saying our reports aren't used or aren't valuable, but it's the recognition. And what that does in terms of the Hastings report is it really tailors the nature of how we approach management agencies and so forth when we talk to them about our reviews. We go to DPIC and talk to them about, here's our reviews, and they have no obligation to do anything with that report. But if it's going to be recognized as part of the Delta Science strategy, it's just, in my mind, a little bit more of a recognition that they can not only, I don't want to say have to do something, but have the ability to then use that in their own agency justifications to work together and say, hey, this is part of the Delta Science strategy. Why don't we work together to accomplish this? Because it's the only way we can do it. So it gives them ammunition or motivation to do the kinds of things, interagency things. As a report, not so much, you know. Bob, you got your.
I think this is a very interesting discussion, and from what I guess I've heard from Joe and Laurel so far, I tend to agree with their points of view. I guess initially rather strongly, because I think about having 4 pillars, and if anybody's ever tried to build furniture, if you have a 4-legged piece of furniture, it's inherently unstable. Whereas if you have a 3-legged piece of furniture, it's always stable. And what I guess in my mind, what plays out is that if we are, if we were an advisory board, I guess I view us right now as an advisory board, and we do analyses and we do reports and we make recommendations to other entities that can either accept them or not. It seems as though we're proposing to become more than just an advisory board or more than just independent science board. We want our analyses not only to be useful, but to be used. And in other situations where, and admittedly, I'm coming from my history is more of being on advisory boards, but a couple of things that have worked well for us in the past is that we as advisory boards will make recommendations, and if the council above us or the decision makers above us find that they are useful, they'll implement them. But if they are not useful to them, because they often have a much bigger picture, is they are required by law to respond to us as to why they did not accept our recommendations. And by that, it acts as a catalyst for a discussion, a much broader discussion about, well, did we miss something? Did we overstep our bounds or mandate and so forth or not? Or it's just rather impossible at the moment to, for them to implement our recommendations for whatever reasons they might be. So I guess the bottom line is, it seems to me that this board seems to be a lot more than just advisory. And that's great. I like that. But perhaps through the wording and the attitude of the other entities and so forth, they can be more accepting of us and our recommendations. I guess make it perfectly clear that our recommendations are ones that they're going to give a lot of attention to. And if they don't, if they really don't want to implement what we have to say or recommend, then at least have a feedback loop by which, we learn, why they were not implemented. So anyway, it's still early for me. I'm still learning how things work here. So I hope those comments were useful. But again, to close, I really do seem to agree with Laurel and with Joe and their points of view.
Virginia.
So I do agree with most of these comments, the importance, the role, that kind of where we fall. And like you, Bob, I went to, how do you picture this? So I have a little diagram here. I haven't succeeded in sending to admin yet, but I will, because if you have a really tall stool, you're going to need some support below. And I found some diagrams that show the support not going between each, but in the middle and going to each of these legs so that you have a big and stronger stool. So support is the word I've kind of think is important here, that we provide support. And without that support, you really don't have a strong strategy. And I think that's a simple way we could convey that at the beginning of presentations or meetings, that this is kind of where we fall. So I turn it into a physical stool that requires the board there to really, through its contributions to each of these legs, make the strategy be stronger.
Diane.
Well, the one thought I had is, supporting what Joe and others have said, is this concept of support. In addition to sort of a long-term view, we seem in our reviews to provide a more holistic view. We support what's going on in these different endeavors by helping the different agencies potentially to see the forest, to see the big picture, to see the timeline. Time is of the essence sort of on this decadal scale here in the Delta. And part of our role is to provide that a holistic view. And it isn't necessary, it's kind of hard to say, well, here's where this holistic view helps out. But by being present and asking and writing these reports, and here you really need to think about the big picture, that I think we contributed. And it's going to be, I thinking about the Hastings report, I understand why that's hard to pinpoint exactly where that helps out, but I think it really does. And I've, seen that in other settings.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Jay reminded me is that in terms of when we first were thinking about reviewing the science plan itself, we thought of the science plan being the science strategy, and one could still ask the question, what are the strategic priorities in science for the Delta? The strategic long-term priorities, some call it grand challenges, things like that. And I don't know that it's in there, and maybe that relates to what you're talking about. Jay?
Thank you. This is really useful and interesting, important discussion. I just wanted to quote from the Delta Reform Act of 2009 that establishes the board and establishes our role in the larger ecosystem of institutions regarding the Delta. Second item there, I'll quote from two sections. Second is, members of the Delta Independent Science Board shall be nationally and internationally prominent scientists with appropriate expertise to evaluate the broad range of scientific programs that support adaptive management of the Delta. The members shall not be directly affiliated with a program or agency, subject to the review activities of the Delta Science Board. So they're interested in us evaluating the broad range of scientific programs that support adaptive management of the Delta. Section 3, I think is even a little bit more poignant. The Delta Independent Science Board shall provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management of the Delta through periodic reviews of each of those programs that shall be scheduled to ensure that all Delta scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs are reviewed at least once every 4 years. I think we would all run away in horror if we, were to do that in a very, so we are a pretty high level review board. That's how the legislature sees us. We're not, and we're reviewing all of the programs, not just the Stewardship Council's science program, all of the programs. Now, perhaps that does not include necessarily the federal programs because we're established under state law, but it certainly would apply, I would think, to all of the state programs and perhaps all of the programs that the state is involved in, which would include the VAs. That's a pretty high bar for us, and it's a pretty synthetic bar, and it stands us apart from all of the other infrastructure, apart a little bit off to the side and a little bit above. We're kind of an end table in terms of furniture speak. And I think that's probably where we can best contribute. Anyway, I find those two bits of the legislation very clarifying, because that's really where our authority comes from.
Lisa.
Thank you, Jay. That was actually very helpful. Even though I have read that, it's good to be reminded. Yeah, and I'm not going to respond directly. Well, I think I'm going to respond a little bit to that, but not thoroughly. I want to come back to Tom's idea of what if we had an annual report that highlighted some of the most important things, because I do think that is one way. We do make a lot of recommendations, and it's probably infeasible to think people are going to do all of them, certainly in any given year. So it would be a way for us to reiterate what we think are the most important recommendations, which are the ones that people need to keep their eye on for the long term, and then have a check-in, perhaps. Here's a recommendation we made last year. We didn't see any uptake. We re-emphasize how important that is. I think that could be a good way for us to keep tabs on the fact that we are primarily offering a longer term view, and then it needs to be repeated and said over and over again if people are going to really have the opportunity to uptake it. That's mine.
And where does that report go?
I know this needs work.
I saw you.
Yeah, well, I'll take some advice on that, but I do think we could have our own website. It doesn't have to go to an agency. It could go as, here's our recommendations. We'd have to figure that out. I don't have the answer.
So we just term it the science strategy, and we'll put a website and just our reviews. Okay, Tanya?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about the noise over here. I love this discussion, and I think it is really important for us to reflect on, where do we sit in the broader science enterprise? What is our role? How do we communicate that? And I guess one of the things that I'm struggling with is a little bit kind of what is our goal here in thinking about how we kind of re-articulate our place in this broader science enterprise. And if our goal is to enhance the uptake, I think that's the word Lisa used, the uptake of our recommendations, perhaps. Steve, I heard you say something about legitimacy, right? By articulating kind of where we sit in this science enterprise more clearly or more accurately, and getting the buy-in perhaps from the council and other agencies that we have this kind of prominent role to play, however we define, or the legislation defines it for us. That I think that legitimacy is always important, but we don't want to be naive in thinking that legitimacy on its own, or having us, articulate that, yes, we're here, don't forget about us, is going to help with uptake. It might in a small way, but I agree with Lisa that one, we need multiple ways of enhancing uptake. An annual report might help, but an annual report could also just go sit on a shelf somewhere. And so we, as Jay said, if we're supposed to be reviewing programs, we need to be thinking about programmatically, how do we work directly with the audiences that we're speaking to? And maybe we need to be better at articulating where our recommendations should be going, so that we can develop those strategies to work more closely with the agencies that should be receiving these recommendations. I mean, I'm not naive also to think that even if we have good communication strategies, good engagement strategies, good stakeholder buy-in as we develop our prospectuses and things like that, that doesn't always change how management works, because there's other priorities than the independent science review. But we do need a multi-pronged approach. So I just don't want us to think that, oh yeah, we get the legitimacy and all of a sudden, the problem solved. So it's something that I think we have to continue to struggle with as a board and talk about. So I'm glad we're talking about it. So thank you, Steve.
Yeah, and let me correct, I didn't mean to apply that this is the one and only thing we would ever do. This is the one thing that seemed to be obviously missing, is recognition amongst the program and the council that we're not part of the Delta Science strategy. All the other things we're thinking about, I think, are still on the table and equally important. But I do like your concept of articulating a role in the science enterprise, because I think it sort of relates to what Jay said too, is, what really is our role with the legislature. As background, way before,
People of California have said this.
I can blame it, way before any of us, we have no original board members, so I can blame it on them. But when they first started, I was told, they had this discussion about whether or not to review individual programs or do it another way. And they decided that reviewing every individual program was really beyond the capability of the people power they had at the time. They thought a more effective way to do it was thematic. That can be changed at any time. I mean, the board made that decision that that's the way they wanted to do it. We've talked about this a number of times in the board. We talked about it. We did actually review the IEP, and that was our sort of first kind of attempt to look at a program specifically, but it was a very broad program, of course. But that is something, there's no reason we can't do that. There's no reason we can't do a hybrid model, review programs. Another thought that's been thought about is to say, okay, let's do rather than individual agency programs and particularly federal programs, which as you all know, have their own independent review process to review their science, but we could do it thematically. So if one were to do something on one way to think about it on climate change, okay, who's doing work on climate change, and let's look at each agency who's doing work on climate change and how well they're working together and review it from a thematic point of view. Another thought was, if we're going to propose in the science needs assessment, for example, something like harmful algal blooms forecasting, which requires a number of different agencies to work together, we could say, okay, what agencies have authority and interest and capabilities to be able to be put together to do that, and then go into those agencies and review that component of it and see what we could recommend that would help that final product be done. And one could do that with a series of products, so forecast as an example. So there's ways to cut the thematic and the agency aspect of it cross it over.
Yeah, I have 2 points I want to make. I think Jay's pointing out what they're telling us to do is really important to follow. But there's sort of a caveat to it. And I think that's what you were saying, Steve, that programs sometimes are not specifically defined. So for example, with this subsidence thing, it's really, there seems to be sort of an unspoken program to keep the delta soils wet. And that becomes a coherent thing you can review in terms of the science behind it. And my second point was, so what I'm saying is we have flexibility in the programs, even if you know, it's in state law. There's definitions that we can apply to programs. My second point is, as an entity, we answer to the Delta Stewardship Council. We're sort of a sidebar out there. Isn't that correct, Jay?
To quote from the legislation,
There we go.
the Delta Independent Science Board shall submit to the council a report of the results of each review, including recommendations for any changes to the programs reviewed by the board.
Okay, so
So the only, we submit reports to the council, but we do so independently.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to prevent us from submitting reports to any other program or agency that's relevant to
Yeah.
the reports, to our reviews. But we do not report to we make reports to the council, but we do not report to the council. The council
okay,
appoints our
maybe my
members,
word
but
choice was
yeah, we
not,
just
the
in terms of
best.
independence,
Yeah.
we have it.
yeah, I agree with the independence, but like they appoint our membership.
That's the
So-
most direct way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't, I guess after 5 years, they could decide not to reappoint an individual member. But after 2 terms, even
yeah.
they cannot reappoint us.
Because what I was trying to think through was the answer to Tanya's question, who do we give this annual report to? And it seems to me that
DPIC.
we would start with the board. Well, NEPIC is overseen by
No,
the council, right?
it's chaired, I believe. Chair.
It doesn't, okay.
Thank you, Amanda.
Amanda Bowl, Delta Stewardship Council. No, actually, the legislation that creates DPIC is like 2 sentences. So, and DPIC does not have to be chaired by the council chair. It just historically has.
Okay. Well, probably those, you're right, NEPIC is an important audience for us. But probably those 2 would be the ones that we would at least start with.
I think that's very true.
Yeah.
Likely true.
Joe?
So thank you, Jay, reminding us our role. It keeps on forgetting, and it's very important to kick some point to get us back into the track. But I think what we are doing, we are really doing what we are supposed to do. We basically get current important topics and we review them and we consult the stakeholders before you do that through a prospectus process now. So we are doing all these things, but when I look at from in a different point of view, what actually kind of upsets us is that our role has not been properly recognized that in the broader community, because we are just a science oversight and science review. Those are the 2 functions, and that has been the issue. So why that has not been achieved is the question. So when I look at, let's think about this, is that, we do science, okay, science is, common good, you understand the nature, quantify it, and all those knowledge creation. But here we think about Delta science, so it's applicable to Delta. So those are the ones we actually take on in reviews and oversights and all those things. So how do we get the attention of the proper people? So it kind of reminds me that Steve and I worked on, we were in the Louisiana coastal area board, and we had a similar situation. We have reports and, it's kind of not very satisfactory. So one point, some of the Army Corps of Engineers asked us to come to their Jackson office. So we went there. I don't know whether you, Steve, you were there with us. Yes. And we met the general who was running the whole show there. And so when he said, look, you guys keep on creating new science, new reports, which are applicable to us. But if it jibes well with us, we will immediately pick us up for our applications. So then I came up with this small model that, we have like in our mechanical systems. You have all these disturbances which are applicable to system, which are solutions of the system. Yeah, they're happening. But when there's a resonance, they grow immediately, exponentially, and that gets the attention. So that was the lesson I learned from there. So the question is how to get that attention is the issue. And at that time, somehow in fact, our chair resigned after that meeting, if you remember. And so Peter Goodwin was appointed as the chair at that time. So we basically had a little different strategy. So we kind of tried to not to tell them what to do, but we basically try to address what we thought that they need, and that was through some conversations. So can we do a similar strategy where we can create resonance where what we do and what they want, and they suddenly get excited and things kind of blow up and create something very useful and important. So that's what I was thinking. Is there any way we can do that type of issue?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think that is, in essence, one of the recommendations in general that's being made in the Hastings report, is that we have further input into from particularly agencies or science funders as to what are the important topics and so forth, and what's in the realm of doable, and also have that same kind of communication on the other side. There is, in my view, we certainly can and have done that, and doing a lot more of that. It's a valuable thing to do. However, there's also the issue that we also want to, I don't want to say push agencies, but we also want to go beyond their mandates and talk about what the real scientific needs are in an area, so that sometimes they can follow our recommendations in a way that is valuable for the Delta and valuable for science. So I think there's that extra component of it too, and we certainly wouldn't want our stuff too constrained by policy. At least that's my view. Okay. Oh, Virginia, I didn't see it. Sorry.
So as still a fairly new member, this discussion is really helpful, and I appreciate the history and the different perspectives everybody's bringing in. And the comments you made, Joe, about other advisory committees led me to think about my 10 years of service on the EPA Advisory Committee. And as you know, a lot of those comments make national news because they are of national importance. And not all, of course, but the health ones, human health in particular. We spent a long time getting the charge question right for our committee. And Steve, you seem to be doing that. And on all the activities that I've served on, that there's a focus on the charge, and we are moving more towards stakeholder engagement. But I think even more focus on what we're going to do in each review and how that relates to the needs, and explicitly stating that up front. So then we make sure in the end that we actually do have a contribution that is useful, and not just reviewing XYZ for producing a review, but reviewing it to address some of the management needs that are out there, and making that explicit among ourselves to think about who is interested in this, both in terms of agencies and in terms of particular stakeholders, and then giving the report in a way that is meaningful to those different. So to farmers or landowners, report, if it's pertinent to them, would be very different than to agencies. And having that really clear in our mind before we start, I think would help us a lot.
Totally agree. In our prospectus outline, we include identifying the audience as one of the fundamental components of that right up front. And Jay?
Virginia, I'm really glad that you went before me, because I agree with everything you said. That you've laid out sort of a very nice way of looking at how we should scope our products. And I view that as interpreting the legislation of how we should meet that mission. So we don't have to argue about a mission statement for this organization. The legislature, the people of California, gave us one. What we have is an immense charge in and a charge which in a pure sense, one could not accomplish, even if all of us were full-time at this, and we're not, except for Steve. But at least he's paid now. What we have chosen to do to make this charge accomplishable in the past is to say, we're going to pick theme. And I think for a new board at the time, that was a very reasonable approach. Another interpretation of that charge, which I can see would be too daunting for a first iteration of this board, would be to review the programs, a little more tightly interpreting the legislation to say, okay, Department of Water Resources, IEP, which we have done, State Water Resources Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, go through the various institutional programs, not thematic programs. I think there's value in us considering how we might do that. And I would like to see us have a small group of us sketch out what that kind of a review process might be. I think the thematic reviews are really valuable. I think they're essential. I would not like to eliminate them from our activities, but I do think we should at least entertain the idea of what it might look like, how we might tractably also have a review of all the institutional programs. Because frankly, we're looking at like $100 million a year science program, science enterprise, right? Is that correct, Laurel, on that order? That if you look at all the science activities for the Delta, it's on the order of $100 million per year. Is that the overall magnitude of? I know, but I'm just looking for an order of magnitude. I'm not looking for decimal points. So a $50 to $100 million a year scientific enterprise. It's good to review the themes, but I think given that it's scattered across so many institutions, we should also consider doing some institutional program reviews. I can't imagine that say NOAA or any other institution that does a lot of science across a bunch of different labs would not review the individual labs as well as the thematic program. Anyway, I would suggest that we might consider sketching out what that kind of program might look like, a review program might look like. In addition to that, I think it was Tom's suggestion earlier that we have an annual short review that would be suitable to send to DPIC as well as the council. The legislation says we review all of our reviews go to the council, are delivered to the council, but we can also deliver it to DPIC and perhaps also the legislature. That would be my recommendation. We look at those two things.
Jay, let me comment on the first program review. I think one of the counters to that, first of all, the positive of that is if you tell some agency that you're going to review their program and we're going to review them, I pretty much guarantee we'll have more attention than we would otherwise, of the results. And we want attention. I don't know if we want attention, we want the reaction. But I think but it doesn't say to review agencies or institutions. It says programs and science programs. And one could argue that, which is not, in my view, the same as an institution. So if I could say we're going to review the Delta's science program on non-native species, the Delta science program on climate change and things like that. It may not be currently organized into a programmatic funded governance structure, but it is a science program, which is not the same as a laboratory. The laboratories have many different things. The way you would review a laboratory is how you balance this versus that and so forth. I'm not sure that's the intent of the legislation. I'm not sure it's not, but I don't know what the intent was, but I think one could argue that the program is not an institution or a agency. Right. So I think the back step, one further thing is, rather than talk about what template we might use, one could consider, how do we define programs? And what would be the scope and intent of that kind of a review on that program? And
I mean, I guess that's a really good question. Like I said, I think the thematic reviews are very important. If the actual decision-making on science activities, the actual deployment of that $50 to $100 million a year was being well organized by science plans and science action agendas, then I think we would probably just be able to do that. And I think that would be fine. But when I think in fact, the preponderance of substance of scientific activities for the Delta are managed, decided on, implemented, interpreted, reviewed at the agency level, we should consider reviewing things at the agency level, reviewing the effective scientific programs at the agency level. Yeah, that in terms of the, making our review of science being responsive to the way the system is actually managed, not the way we would like it to be managed. I would love it if the science plan was really solid, really in fact coordinated the agencies. That would make everybody's job easier. But they're not doing that. So I think we should at least consider reviewing at the agency. It's just a nagging thought I've had for 10 years.
okay, a quick comment on your, and I'm following up on Tom's thing too with the annual report. We do, we prior to COVID, we did have an sort of an annual report to the council on our progress. What have we accomplished and what do we intend to do? And one could institute an actual annual written report that wouldn't be, what are you going to do or what have you done, but might be focused on the key recommendations or things like that. And I suggest we start that with the next chair in September, that would be the first report. Virginia.
Good move, see? So I have a couple of comments, but the most important one is the word that Diane used, and that's a holistic perspective. And I think that's really important. And I didn't see that word in any of the comments, the quotes you read. But yes, I know it's not from what you read, but I think that is what one of our key contributions are. And that's the benefit of all of us coming from different fields and coming in, without an agenda in mind per se, and reviewing these programs and themes and institutions. So thank you. I think that's important. And then this is just kind of an aside from my experience reviewing particular labs. We went into one and the people who were literally sitting next to each other in a cubicle did not know, what the other person next door was doing. And they were counterproductive. And they did not know that until, an outside group came in and, that the management of gopher tortoise versus the management of land practices did not contribute holistically to protection of the environment. And the person who was most receptive of our comments at this laboratory was the lawyer, because she had been stymied by these different actions that were going on, both in regard to, protection and better practices, but it just wasn't working. And so they appreciated from one perspective of having that overview come in, although the individual scientists might not have liked it so much because they were having a great time. But I think we can really add that perspective kind of above, the individual practices.
Well, I really appreciate all of your comments. This has been a fascinating discussion, and I'm really convinced now that this board's going to work well together. I'm glad we actually had a chance to meet. I don't think we would have had this on a remote basis. it seems to me we're also
It's been a
delved,
three-dimensional conversation.
and I think we're also have delved into the talking about future reviews as well, because I think that's something on the cards for later today. So I'm wondering what should be our next step in this process. We could continue this discussion. It seems like I don't think we've come to any consensus on specifically next step actions, but it seems that this is valuable enough to continue this conversation. What, anyone has any thoughts on? Joe?
Sidestepping. One thing we also might want to consider, I mean, when you look at various communications, public comments, including the ones came, that the stakeholder involvement, the way we do, seems to be not broad enough. So now we have very good board with all the social sciences expertise. I think we can have some best practice type things, how to select this kind of a stakeholder involvement that can really kind of energize the involvement of the communities, and also address the comments they make.
Well, Virginia knows this topic better than me in terms of stakeholder engagement, but I think that having a stakeholder engagement strategy, I think, would be a good step towards responding as well to the Hastings report. And if we define stakeholders broadly, including management agencies and so forth, which are our stakeholders, and that might be something we could begin to put together, because I think that will help us in the communications and individual reviews. Tom?
When we talk about the subsidence review, the stakeholder engagement is going to be a big issue. And if you want to take that time to explore this a little further, because we've started, but we're not very far down that road. Yeah. You have a guinea pig anyway. Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Well, back to how we should proceed to decide, whether we need to be the fourth leg, or whether we need to change how we do the arrows, I guess, is really the debate we're having. I think we probably just need a subcommittee that could really focus on this some more, might be the best way to get to more formal recommendations.
I'm sorry, we're not allowed to have subcommittees. But we could have a writing team to brief each other on the topic, and something like that. Is anyone, I'm certainly interested, it could be the leadership team, or it could be any group of 3 people who might want to put some ideas forward and bring it forward for discussion at the next meeting. Is that okay, Lisa? Anyone else? Tanya?
Sure.
Okay.
Virginia had a figure too, right? Yeah. Shouldn't we incorporate that into our thinking?
And I think maybe too on the stakeholder engagement, I know we want to talk about a communication strategy and the kind of thing we want to deal with in terms of responding to the Hastings report, but maybe a stakeholder engagement strategy is a more appropriate term in a sense. And I think that there's a lot of components to that, as in terms of how we, I know we've taken steps to improve our engagement at the beginning of our reviews already, bringing in agencies and tell them what to do and so forth. I think documenting that and perhaps also in the various reviews that have been completed, that we're now going to take some sort of communication strategy forward with. We can maybe take notes from some of that, and that can start outlining some of the sort of the post-review engagement strategy as well, and get some of that stuff down. Those, I think, will go into eventually changing our guidelines, perhaps, and as well. So, and as well as our response to the Hastings report that we'll write up sometime. Yes, Virginia.
So this is the weeds, but I must say it. A key part of stakeholder strategy is listening. And we really need to allow time for listening. And this was made really clear to me because I had a 1-hour appointment with somebody that I was a stakeholder to, and we had this hour set aside. And so he called me up and everything, and he spent 45 minutes explaining what they were going to do about stakeholder engagement. And then he said, and I'm so sorry, I've taken up all the time, but I have to leave now. And studies have shown that 80% of stakeholder engagement activities are talking to the people, and it's just not effective. So, articulating to ourselves what strategies and best practices, as someone said, is useful so that we can remind ourselves of what we need to do for that. So sorry for getting to the weeds.
I know there are some tons of publications on it, but I also know there's some sort of more easily read documents on effective stakeholder engagement. And I know Virginia would probably have her fingertips on a couple of those. Is that something we could put up on the website for the board members to look at?
Well, like you, I have a list of about 30 papers that I'm going to be writing. And one of them is this kind of thing, because we really need it. And maybe I need to, move it to the top, because and there's so many audiences, NGOs that need to hear this, and so it needs to be written in general. And I've talked to people about doing this, but as I say, it's one of 30, but maybe with some help, we can move that up. And as I said earlier, it would be best practices for this committee, because I think what is needed is kind of a general best practices, but then for each group, it would be a little different.
Okay, I think we have enough to move forward, and we are a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to suggest a 15-minute break. We'll let our public audience clear out first, and then we'll. It's a joke. There's not many people here, so let's take a 15-minute coffee break and return with item number whatever the next item is. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Public comments on this topic.
There is
Yes.
a public comment from Deirdre Desjardins.
Sorry about that.
There's a public, Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I so appreciate this discussion. It's something we did an enormous amount of work looking at over the campaign to, save the Independent Science Board. I did want to say that I think I identified several audiences, and I wanted you to suggest that the Science Board could ask to present on your completed reviews. One audience is DPIC, and I'd like to see you just ask to present to them. It's got all of the agency heads, and I think they need to hear from you. I think verbal, oral presentation is really important for senior management. Another one is the legislature, and I think could ask for a legislative presentation to be arranged, briefing on your completed review. Another one is the Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Programs Technical Advisory Committee, and that's got all the agency liaisons on climate change. And I did mention the Independent Science Board at the last meeting. They're looking at creating a science advisory group, and they didn't even seem to be aware that there'd been a standing science advisory group for the Delta for a decade. That's run under the Office of Planning and Research. There were some legal things that I noticed. I have to check with my attorney, but Bagley-Keene doesn't stop you from creating subcommittees on any topic you should choose. It just means that if they've got 3 or more people in them and they're meeting, it should be noticed so that people can observe. And some of us might have some constructive suggestions. Also, as far as federal involvement, the ISB is a successor to the CalFed Independent Science Board. And there is a public law that's still on the books about the CalFed Independent Science Board. So you don't have exactly jurisdiction, but you're part of this record of decision that goes through 2030 that was signed by representatives of all of the federal agencies that are on DPIT. And finally, I did a fair amount of thinking about the social sciences, and I'd like to get you some information about belief updating, because that's partly what happened with restoring the Independent Science Board and getting broad support, was some updating about thinking about the Independent Science Board, the beliefs and emotions of agency staff. And it was a very interesting social science endeavor, I found. And so I thought a lot during our campaign about what we were doing and looked at the relevant literature. And I think it's something that could inform your work. My background, I did research at the Santa Fe Institute for Complex Systems as a graduate student for several years. And it's part of how I think. Although my training is in physical sciences and computational modeling. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deidre, for those suggestions. In our monitoring review, which we just completed, of course, we will make a presentation to the council, we believe, at their April meeting. And we've also made a request to make a presentation of our results to DPIC at their next meeting, which I think is in July. So we're taking a break at 11 o'clock. We'll return at 11:15 with the lead scientist report.
No, I should be able to remember that, but I know better. So, but it's okay.
If you could have your seats, we're going to get started.
I will be back as soon as I can.
Ready.
I'll just grab you.
Okay, we ready to go? Go ahead. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue our meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board with item number 4, which is the Delta Lead Scientist report by Laura Larson.
Thank you, Steve. And I think this report will be fairly brief today, given what I had to say in your previous conversation. But first of all, I just wanted to report out on a few activities. On Monday of last week, I conducted the regular monthly Delta Lead Scientist Ask Me Anything session with Lisa Wanger and Lauren Hastings as co-hosts. The topic of this Ask Me Anything, which is conducted on Instagram Live, was the Independent Science Board. And specifically, it was timed to recognize the publication of the final assessment report of the Delta Independent Science Board, authored by Lauren Hastings and team. It was a really great conversation. And if you would like to view it, you should be able to view it by going to the council's Instagram site. If you're on Instagram, there's a little TV symbol at the top, and you could click on that to access archived Ask Me Anything sessions. I know we're having a technical difficulty right now in that it's not showing up, even though it was there yesterday. So we're trying to work that out. But hopefully you'll be able to view it in the near future. So a big thanks to Lisa and Lauren. They both, it was a lot of fun. It was a really great conversation. And I think it's just another avenue for getting the word out about what the Independent Science Board does and what its impact is. I know you have a conversation scheduled with the communications director, and this is just one example of several ways to highlight what you're doing. So another item that I would like to report on is that I'm very happy to say that at the March council meeting, the council approved our recommendation to appoint 3 new Delta Independent Science Board members who will be starting on June 1st and November 1st. So Jayantha Obisakira will be starting on June 1st. And again, his expertise is really in hydrodynamics and water resources modeling. And Inga Werner and Anna Michalak will be starting on November 1st. So I'm really happy that those approvals went through and that the council is now embarking on the process of developing contracts with each of those 3 members. There was a listserv announcement of their appointment recently that went out through the council. And so this information is public now, and they will be members of the board, and Bagley Keene already applies to them. So I think that's just a useful thing to be aware of. The third item that I wanted to report on is a follow-up to your conversation on the Delta Science Strategy. So Edmund, if I could get the slides now, that would be great. Thanks. And so I know that the new members have a lot of familiarity with the Science Action Agenda, given your recent review. And you've also heard me report out on the upcoming State of Bay Delta Science publication, which we expect will be released in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences in November of 2022. And this is a topically focused SBDS. This is the direction that we're going in now. Our SBDS publications will be more frequent than in the past, but also topically focused. And this SBDS is going to be focused on the ecosystem services and disservices of primary producers in the Delta. But the element of this stool, I don't know if it's a stool or an end table now, the element of this very tall stool that we've been talking about, that the new members might not have had as much exposure to, is the Delta Science Plan. The most recent version of the Delta Science Plan was June 2019. And this is a guidance document that provides principles and approaches to better coordinate Delta science and communicate the outcomes of these efforts with policymakers. The Delta Science Plan provides direction for collectively prioritizing research questions, setting goals, developing shared protocols for how science is conducted, and verifying and communicating scientific results with an eye towards usability for decision makers and for the public. So that's really the mandate of the Delta Science Plan and what it does. The science plan itself calls for the State of Bay Delta Science and also for the Science Action Agenda. Next slide, please, Edmund. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the slides. So not used to this non-virtual setting. It's really strange. So I thought I would throw up this timeline of updating the 3 documents that currently constitute our Delta Science Strategy. Mostly to let you know that we are gearing up for an update of the Delta Science Plan. So we will be releasing the Science Action Agenda on April 22nd, Earth Day. So there should be an image for that soon. The SBDS update has actually been pushed to 2022, although the drafts were, the first drafts of that edition were complete by the end of 2021. And now in 2024, we hope to release an updated version of the Delta Science Plan. So just to provide some background, first of all, on the Delta Science Plan, the Delta Plan calls for the development of a Delta Science Plan, and the first Delta Science Plan was published in 2013. This was a document that was developed under Peter Goodwin's leadership and encapsulated the Delta Science Strategy in the phrase "One Delta, One Science." The first Delta Science Plan provided a roadmap for how to implement that One Delta, One Science through enhancing coordination and through providing some direction on how to focus activities and initiatives that are called for within that plan. The 2019 Delta Science Plan was seen as really an update of the original 2013 Science Plan and included additional initiatives such as the need to incorporate social science into this Delta Science enterprise. Now we are looking, we're doing some strategic thinking about how we're going to embark on the latest update of the Delta Science Plan. And what we are doing at present is we've been internally reviewing a pretty large number of documents. It's actually even greater than the number of documents you see on this slide, but this is most of the documents that we've been reviewing. Documents that we see as forward-thinking documents, strategic documents, documents that create recommendations. All of the ISB products that we're looking at currently are in orange, but you'll see that some of the other documents on the right-hand side come directly out of ISB discussions, such as Norgard et al.'s 2021, Preparing Scientists, Policymakers, and Managers for a Fast-Forward Future, and also the science need assessment. But staff have been combing these documents to identify what we're considering grand challenges for coordinating and integrating Delta science. What we plan to do with these grand challenges is write an essay for San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences that details our assessment of progress that has been made on the actions in the 2019 Delta Science Plan, and looks at what the remaining grand challenges are, the topics that we still really need to address and that might not have been fully recognized in the 2019 Delta Science Plan. And there will be some discussion around the nature of these grand challenges and the types of action that they might suggest. What we're planning on doing with this essay is using it as a vehicle to discuss what our priorities are going to be in updating the Delta Science Plan. So it's something that will have been peer reviewed, that we can distribute to stakeholders at agencies or interagency groups, such as the Interagency Ecological Program, that we would want to review our ideas for updating the Delta Science Plan and use that to really structure those conversations and to structure the actions that ultimately go into that Delta Science Plan. So what we're looking at for this update of the Delta Science Plan isn't going to be as much of a process of co-production as the Science Action Agenda was. The Science Plan is more of a strategic document for our own agency that hopefully will help us promote coordination amongst agencies. But it's going to be a little more top down, although not entirely, since we are considering grand challenges that come out of all of these documents. But we will, so essentially what we will do is create a proposal for the priority areas and the actions in the update to the Delta Science Plan, and then seek feedback on those priorities from groups like the Independent Science Board and the other stakeholders that we're going to engage with. So this plan is still very much in the process of development. We're iterating on it as we go, but the first concrete step that we've made a lot of progress on so far is coalescing these grand challenges. And we hope to have a draft of this essay first fuse by the end of the month. So I'd invite conversation on this approach to thinking about the update of the Delta Science Plan. And I don't think I had anything else in this document. No. Okay. I could show that slide again if you wish, if you think it would be helpful. Or maybe Edmund, I could get you to go back. So any thoughts on this approach, reactions?
Start out with a general question. You know, when I hear you talk about the science plan and saying that it's sort of a science plan for the Delta Science Program, you may not have said that, but I'm wondering, in these tri-legs of your Delta Science strategy, is do you consider this more of a Delta science strategy for the Delta program? Or is it the Delta science strategy to promote other agencies to be used by other agencies as their priorities? And if it's the latter, which is what we believe our reviews are, then what steps do you take to engage those agencies to do what you recommend?
So I would see our strategy, the tripartite diagram, as being more of the former. It's a strategy for the Delta Science Program to carry out our mission, which is providing the best possible unbiased scientific information to inform water and environmental decision-making in the Delta. Now, in order to do that, that carrying out that mission does require coordination amongst agencies. To synthesize that science, to communicate that science, and to integrate that science across jurisdictional and geographic, in some cases, boundaries. And so, I guess the real answer is it's a little bit of both. Really, the science strategy is a strategy for the Delta Science Program, but our mission involves coordinating amongst agencies. And so for us to be successful in our mission, there are aspects of that strategy that touch on other agencies.
And then how do you go about engaging those to take those steps?
So a lot of our core functions are about promoting coordination amongst agencies by holding workshops, for example. In some of our upcoming workshops and some of our recent workshops, outcomes that we are trying to coordinate are an early detection and rapid response framework for the Delta as an outcome of our recent Delta Interagency Invasive Species Symposium. Another example is that for our HABS workshop, which is coming up in October, we are hoping to help agencies coordinate a monitoring program for harmful algal blooms that would be sufficient to provide the scientific information that would be needed to develop forecasts. And so we carry out our mission through holding these workshops, through organizing syntheses in many forms. The NCs effort that you've heard about recently is another example of that. And also through holding independent scientific review panels to review particular documents or models that other agencies are using in support of their decision-making.
Okay, I see Jay, then Tom, or Tom first, then Jay.
My question has to do with what Dick Norgard was writing about in that article. In putting together a science strategy for the Delta, you sort of have a tension between the study as you go approach.
Yeah.
And as Dick was trying to argue, the science can't keep up with the rate of change.
Mhm.
And Dick was focused primarily on ecological issues in his paper, but as we're seeing with the drought, we're probably getting into a very different water future as well. And how do you see resolving those two tensions? Because it's kind of hard to do both.
Yes, yeah, and we're seeing this challenge too with the various reviews of monitoring programs that the ISB and CAMPT are undertaking, where there's value in maintaining these long-term monitoring records so that you can detect trends. But we also need to be able to adjust monitoring to be sensitive to new invaders or new variables that are becoming important. So in response to that, I will say that a big part of the grand challenges that we've identified thus far have been challenges of the very nature outlined in the ISB memo to DPIC and the accompanying paper by Dick Norgard. We're still discussing how to best resolve that tension, but one example that comes to mind is that right now, most of our competitive funding is through a standard call for proposals, for 3-year-long proposals that are responsive to the science action agenda. One of the things that is emerging in our brainstorming is a need to mobilize a set of funds for rapid response in order to be more responsive to extreme events or droughts, or I don't know, maybe there would be a spill of a contaminant, whatever might arise in the near term. So thinking about how funding is structured might be one way to begin addressing that challenge. You know, we've been all ears when it comes to the ISB's discussions around forecasting and the emphasis on forecasting and the science needs assessment. Developing real-time forecasting or operational forecasting that is done on timeframes to allow for a rapid management response is, I think, another priority for our science community that will hopefully be embraced by this next Delta Science Plan, which will ideally provide concrete mechanisms for moving towards that iterative operational forecast, management, evaluation cycle. I hope that addresses your question. It's a challenge. That's why it's a grand challenge. And I do think you'll see it get the attention that it deserves at the least in the next Delta Science Plan.
Because you probably do have to do both.
Mhm.
It's a question of balancing, but
Yeah.
the fast forward challenge is probably the more alarming one, because if you just emphasize the steady as you go approach, you may miss the end of the road.
Okay, Jay, then Joe, then Diane.
It's very useful for the Delta Science program to have a Delta Science plan for the Delta Science program. I think you can do that. I think that's pretty easy and straightforward. What the Delta Science community needs is a Delta Science plan for all the members of the Delta Science community. I think that's the vision envisioned in the Delta Reform Act legislation. I think that's the vision envisioned in the appointment of a Delta lead scientist by the Delta Stewardship Council, much like, parallel to, in fact, the Delta plan could be viewed as the one plan to rule them all, in a sense. And so I would encourage you to keep the broader, higher, more difficult expectations for the Delta Science Plan in mind. It's closer to what the original Delta Science Plan was, frankly. How do you do that, given the feudal nature of all this, the loose nature, semi-sovereign states of different agencies? I think you have to go to DPIC. I mean, DPIC is really the organization for coordinating these things. I think the plan should be DPIC's plan in the end. If it's only the council's plan, that's nice. But if it's DPIC's plan, then it has some substance, at least theoretically. And so I would suggest you consider making the next iteration of the Delta Science Plan DPIC's Delta Science Plan.
What does DPIC stand for again?
It's like disheveled, DPIC, disheveled, DPIC.
It's the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee.
I know that, but
Oh.
I wanted it stated because it follows a Delta Plan Implementation Committee.
That's
so-
right. And so this is not just the Delta Plan is in the Delta Plan, but it's the Delta Science Plan too, which should have some relevance to the Delta Plan. I think it's a useful parallel construction, as Steve notes.
Joe?
So my comment was in the same line, because when you come up with grand challenges, it has some weight. It's fraught by the requirements. So if you have, Jay's grand challenges may be different from what I think. So DPIC might be the best place to go. That they will basically, work with them so that it is kind of a uniform, one Delta, one science, right? So that's the idea. So maybe that might be the way to go. So I echo what Jay was saying. Yeah, thanks.
Good, Ann?
Yeah, I agree with the previous two comments, and I wanted to share an analogy. In the NASA's space program, there's a mission to Saturn or a mission to Mars, with these, and there's always a chief scientist, a lead scientist for the whole mission, and you're the lead scientist for the whole mission. That's my point.
Thanks for the comments.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on those. I totally agree with those comments, and that one could, maybe now's the time, because, it's sort of like if, because I've been doing a lot of thinking about Delta science strategy lately. But it seems that having a Delta-wide Delta science strategy and a Delta-wide Delta science plan is really something valuable. And if it's not done here, who's going to do it? And I think that as it's a Delta lead scientist, not the Delta program lead scientist, and I think that the opportunity is there, and I think it's the right time. And I think thinking big and I know we made this comment in some way or form in previous reviews of the Delta plan itself, or Delta science plan, I'm sorry. But that would be also my encouragement, is to think big, make it part of the whole, make it something everybody buys into as the plan. Joe, you gonna?
Opportunity. Who are you have a subgroup working on this issue? I'm sure you have spent a lot of time on this so far. What is the operational modus operandi on this, coming up with the challenges?
So currently, Delta Science Program staff in the collaborative science and peer review unit have been spearheading this in coordination with myself and with input from other program managers as well.
Okay, any other comments on this? Thanks, Laurel. Any public comments, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're giving you permission to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I've been quoting a climate journalist who said about the British Columbia flooding, we aren't just failing to address the growing climate crisis to come. We're unprepared even for the impacts already here, in part because they keep surprising us with their intensity, and in part because we can't seem to fathom our genuine vulnerability. And I want to say, I think the Delta lead scientist is dead on in looking at this as grand challenges. I will say that I called for the water board last year to require a report from the Department of Water Resources on why there's snow runoff forecasts, forecast so much water, more water than actually ran off. And also to hold a workshop to receive review from independent experts such as myself. And they didn't, and it's part of a long-going issue. The forecasts were off again, and it was entirely predictable. They just moved from basing the forecasts on a 50-year history to a 30-year history. But we really need to move to physics-based models. But Assemblymember Gray has called for the state legislative audit committee to have an audit of the Department of Water Resources modeling, because this forecasting of water that isn't there is a longstanding problem. And I think it's just an example. Unfortunately, there's a way that biases of agencies get embedded deeply in the science and even in the modeling. Inconvenient truths, the modeling is steered away from, and I speak as somebody who's looked very closely. So I think this is profoundly important. And the other thing is that it's not going to be done just through collaborative science with the water agencies and with the agencies that have created this crisis by not being able to look at inconvenient truths. And I really request both the Delta lead scientist and the independent science board to think about how there can be a space for considering inconvenient truths in this process, because otherwise we're going to fail. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
There are no additional public comments.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. I think we're going to move on to agenda item number 7 and try and complete that before we break for lunch. And item 7 is a discussion on the next steps for our 2 recently completed reviews, the Monitoring Enterprise Review and the Water Supply Reliability Estimation Review. And I'll start out with a little bit of thinking and of ways to follow up on the Monitoring Enterprise Review first, and then we'll move on to the Water Supply Reliability Estimation. The Monitoring Review, of course, we presented it at the IEP meeting. We do plan to present it at the, it was finished and published on, I think, March 22nd to 24th. It came out during that week. It's been circulated via the Delta Stewardship Council listserv, reported in Maven's notebook, Delta e-news as well as even a Twitter on it. So it's and a copy of the printed review is part of the meeting materials, of course. We plan to present at the Delta Stewardship Council meeting on April 28th and have made a request to present at the next DPIC meeting, which is in July, I believe. So that's part of the planning. And we're thinking about other ways to promote this. One idea that's come up and is to do a publication. You know, the previous stuff I've mentioned reaches stakeholders and reaches management, but we also have a science community out there that's useful to reach. And of course, the science community primarily reads the scientific literature. And so the thought is to put together a publication on this monitoring review. We've done this for various reviews, and the idea is to put forward a publication. The title of the publication is more along the lines of applying the adaptive management framework for monitoring programs, and use that part of our review. It would be a more broader paper that wouldn't go beyond the Delta. We might use examples from the Delta. It'll take much of what's in there in terms of our adaptive management cycle. We've already talked about a journal, environmental monitoring and assessment journal. And so it'd be a broader journal. And one of the first steps we thought we would do is to certainly review the literature and make sure that someone already hasn't published something on this, but we think we're okay with that. But and then go ahead and put forward a publication. What we've done in the past with publications when we've come on this, all of you are co-authors of the monitoring review itself. And so you've all had input into this. You're all welcome to be co-authors on the manuscript. In some cases, board members have chosen not to be a co-author on the manuscript. And you're welcome to do that too, but you're certainly all invite us, let us know now or as the thing evolves, whether you want to be included on as an author on it. And so Virginia, any other details that I forgot on that? We think it can be done fairly quickly because we've done a lot of that homework already in our review itself. A lot of the text might come directly out of that in terms of the rationale, why it's important, what's the value of doing this. In there, we cite a paper by Reynolds et al., which talks about a roadmap for monitoring. It would be a sort of the next step above that, which would talk about the adaptive management concept. Yes, Virginia.
Yeah, and we're really thrilled that Lillian has offered to be a part of this, and we've given her assignments. So that's a good addition.
Yeah, we've asked Lillian, our postdoc, to begin to review not only publications in that particular journal, but publications in general to make sure we're not reinventing the wheel and start gathering some of the relevant literature for that publication. I suspect this will go fairly rapidly because I think we're pretty well there. Bob.
I guess that was my question about rapidly. If you have a timeline, that would be very helpful.
We theoretically already have an outline. We meaning Virginia and I, just in
Yeah.
whatever notes were hopefully taken very well in our
Okay,
discussion.
in the first draft of a manuscript, 2 or 3 months.
We talked about July, I think.
Okay.
We haven't decided what year, but I mean,
Yeah.
no, the idea is, of course, to get it out while it's fresh and new and so forth as a submittal. Any thoughts or questions? That's it for the monitoring report, unless Joe would have anything to add, or Tanya? Does that seem like, okay, well, I don't hear any wild objections to doing a manuscript, so we'll go ahead and put together that thing, and at some stage we'll be presenting the outline here and so forth, but then it becomes just a manuscript by us co-authors. It's not an official board. Is it official board product or not? No, it's not an official board product. It's a manuscript. No, we don't. So water supply reliability, Jay or Tom, who's taking that?
We had a meeting the other day, and we ran through a list of different things that we could do, and we're going to do some of them. The report is supposed to be available on the web sometime in May. It's in process of being processed. As is normal for these kind of reports, it seems to take a long time, but we have a notion for a presentation to the Delta Council in the next couple of months.
May 26th.
May 26th, maybe, or
May,
June, or
May or June.
May or June, maybe June. And now my computer's not. Anyway, I think we want to have a workshop on this, on the review for technical people. Probably we would want to organize that conjunction between the science program and QEMF, the California Water Environment Modeling Forum. That would be I think the relevant technical organization. And we organize some of our workshops in the course of the review with them. And then we would also like to present to DPIC a policy focus to them. So a much shorter presentation with more policy focus. We had some nice ideas about maybe an op-ed, perhaps to Cal Matters, I think, on the general sort of water supply implications of this for the state of California. This would not necessarily be a board product. I think many of these subsidiary products are probably best done by individuals rather than having to be approved by the board and all this other stuff. So we'll have some public products as well. Anything else I'm missing? Okay,
Yeah, we might mention that we had a nice briefing by the communications folks from the council. There's 3 of them. And I mean, it was the first time I had really heard about what they do. And I think it'd be useful to see the whole board watch that. The presentation was recorded. It's not that long. I think it's about 10 minutes, maybe.
They have a very nice little algorithm for how do you
Yeah.
unveil these kinds of things to different audiences, beginning with deciding who the audiences are, of course.
Yeah. And they're there to help too. So yeah.
Lisa?
First time it's tail your microphone. So Jay and Tom, you know that I have a particular interest in how these water supply reliability forecasts and planning deals with uncertainty, future uncertainty. And so after lunch, we're going to be talking about some new ideas, but I hope we can perhaps find a way to segue a little bit, like to keep adding more depth to that issue. And, Deirdre brought it up too. I mean, it's clearly a question on a lot of people's minds of, are we really planning with future variability in mind? And so anyway, I hope we can keep that conversation going.
I think that's a really excellent opportunity because if you had a technical workshop at Quinth, for example, at least among all the techies and some of the technical managers, you could have part of it be the unveiling of this report and some discussion of that report. And then as a quick follow-on sequel, you could have, okay, this is a larger issue of how do we deal with all these different kinds of uncertainties? And we could have some presentations on some different thoughts on that matter. I think that would be a really good opportunity to sort of continue it on.
I might also mention that for both of these reviews, we're putting a 2-page glossy handout together. This is routinely done for all of our reviews. So those are being prepared. And normally I think they're brought back to the full board for editing. Is that true? No. Okay. But anyway, those are being prepared right now. So those will also be available for distribution and become part of our products. Joe?
In the monitoring review, are you going to work with the communication team in some sense to roll it out?
Yeah, we've talked to the communications team a little bit to see what kind of things that it turns out from what we heard is they have the stuff I've mentioned in terms of the E-Delta newsletter, the Twitter and so forth. A lot of that has been done by the communications team already. And so I don't know that we thought about having them come here and talk to us. There was a scheduling conflict today that couldn't be done to see if there were other things in their natural scheme of doing things. But I don't know that there are. They do a pretty good job, I think. But it's certainly something I think we could still go back to the communications lead and ask them if there's other things in their arsenal that they routinely do that they could also do for us. But yes, Tanya.
Just one thing to add to that, which I think was one of your recommendations, Steve, when we had that briefing with the communications team, was that when they develop their plan for how they're going to do the type of outreach and dissemination of our reports, we talked about having some ISB input in that plan, which is more of an internal plan, but getting some kind of ideas perhaps for how we could do more targeted outreach. And, obviously things like Twitter and some of the standard ways that the reports are going to get disseminated, that's pretty easy. But in terms of figuring out where the best targeted outreach is, which agencies do we want to send this to? How do we want to send it? Where do we want to post it? Those things, I think we could have some conversations, some back and forth between the ISB and the communications team.
Thanks, Tanya. Any other thoughts or questions on this topic? Okay, this is, of course, will be a continuing process. This is not the be all and end all of this is what we're going to do, but it's sort of what we're going to do in the short term next steps for these reviews. Edmund, any public comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone. Once it's unmuted, please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I think the water supply reliability plan, given what happened with the snowpack this year and the unprecedentedly dry conditions, is incredibly important and timely. And I really appreciate Dr. Lund's brainstorming about how to do more outreach. And sort of an unusual step, I wanted to suggest that you might consider suggesting to give a presentation to Metropolitan Water District of Southern California's board, because Matt is such a huge and important urban water supplier, and they have a new progressive manager, Adel Hagakilil. But I've just found that there's a gap in technical understanding of the managers, and sometimes it's pretty stunning what they don't really understand. So I just, some ideas like that, or maybe it would be a forum where you could invite water managers. I know Daniel Swain is invited all the time to give presentations, but I think the Independent Science Board might as well. And the other, again, the Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program Technical Advisory Committee has Cal OES on it, as well as representatives from Cal EPA and Cal CNRA, and Nguyen Tarki is leading it. And they're coordinating the response to the drought through Cal OES. And so they're policy folks, and they just don't have the technical understanding that the ISB has. And it's just a profound need at this point to have this communication across networks. There's sort of an academic and water resources engineer community, but there's a gap between that and the policymakers really understanding that. And I've seen it. So anyway, I thank you so much for thinking about this, and look forward to the outreach.
Thank you, Deirdre. This is Jay Lund. It's a good suggestion to try to talk to people at Metropolitan Water District. They certainly have a history of being among the most advanced and detailed in how they do water supply reliability estimation. And I've as with all organizations in the state, there's often confusions and difficulties and gaps in communicating between the technical people doing these things and their board members. So that kind of thing might be a very useful opportunity. Thanks again.
Tom?
Yeah, and as Tom Holzer, I just add that one of the findings in the report is that gap between the technical folks and the managers, so that it's really a broad problem, not just one.
Okay, we are scheduled for a lunch break now, and when we return, we'll have a big topic talking about future reviews. I want to get a sense of folks. We're scheduled for a 1 hour break. I know some people have to leave early. Is 1 hour enough? Too much? Too little? I guess no strong feelings, so let's make it an hour, and we'll come back maybe at 1:10. So meeting's broken for lunch. All right, I think if everyone has seats, we can get started again. I know I'm trying to hurry, but thank you. Have we started? Okay, we started. So welcome back, everyone, to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. And we're going to move on to item number 8, which is to talk about future reviews. And we've scheduled a lot of time for this. And as you know, we've recently completed our major reviews, and now we've been doing a lot of talking for at least 6 months now on ideas for new reviews. We've heard a lot from individual agencies, a lot from in terms of what their science priorities and needs are. We've had workshops on food webs, or seminars and HABs and other things. And today we want to talk about sort of where our thinking is on some of the ones we've already been talking about: environmental flows, food webs, and subsidence reversal. And then to think about where we are on these reviews, what additional information is needed to move forward, whether to continue moving forward at all with this topic, or we want to modify it. And then there's also brainstorm on the possibility of new topics. I know there's at least a couple of new possible topics that people are interested in. So we'll just start out first working our way through the reviews we've already talked about topically, and subsidence reversal is the first one. Tom, you want to lead that?
Okay. We started by breaking our job into, and what we wanted to do was sort of take advantage of Lauren's report and et al. Report, and focus on the stakeholders and hear what their concerns were about issues related to subsidence reversal. And in some ways, subsidence reversal is really not the right title, but we haven't found it yet. What we're dealing with is the organic soil problem in the Delta, and it just ripples through a whole bunch of problems. And so we've actually started talking to stakeholders, and probably the first thing we learned were there were too many stakeholders to talk to. So where we are right now is we're going to prioritize the stakeholders and try and talk to the major ones, and get a good sense of what their practical concerns are, and then figure out the science that we can focus on in the subsequent work based on the actual practical problems. And it's already pretty clear. When we were out in the field, which I thought was an excellent illustration of the problem the Delta is confronted with these organic soils, the greenhouse gas emission thing is going to be big, and particularly if sequestration becomes a major effort. So that I suspect we're going to have a piece on just the gas issue when it comes to the organic soils. The other thing I think is going to be important is, and we haven't talked to this group yet, but we need to talk to landowners who are farming the soils to make the Delta viable. I like Campbell Ingram's description of keep the ground wet, and it's just going to be a different way of managing the Delta in the future. So a second concern is going to be probably fairly economic. It's going to be things like crop rotation and what kind of crops. Probably you've heard a lot about rice being grown in the Delta because at least when the soil's wet, when they're growing rice, it tends to briefly stop the organic soil oxidation. So where we are right now is we're in the stakeholder process, and I think we're learning how you, at least in one way, get messages from stakeholders. So I think when we're done with that, we'll be sort of a case history for you guys to look at for future efforts. And my hope is that we still will be able to do this with a workshop, and I think we'll be able to do it. But with the expertise in economics we have on the board, it means we'll be able to push off in that direction probably a little bit more than we have in past reviews, where we're focused more on the science or engineering. And think that's it.
Yeah, it seems like one of the things you're doing already is some of the stuff that's mentioned in the Hastings report of getting stakeholder engagement up front,
Yeah.
to try and refine what the review would be. Is it then the way we have normally worked these in the past is to, keep evolving these topics until that stage where there's enough support in general to put together a prospectus, and then that's the time where we really anoint this as an official review, because a prospectus goes out and we tell the public we are going to do this and give them an opportunity to input at that stage, and which then we refine our ideas and then.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention, my computer is not logging on, so I don't have my notes. Is I think what we'll do is after we've talked to these major stakeholders, we'll put together a draft prospectus and then make an effort to reach out to all the other stakeholders that we've identified and give them an opportunity to interact, so that it really will have a stakeholder focus in terms of what the charge to the review is.
Sounds good. Any questions or comments from anyone? Okay, thanks, Tom. The next idea is on environmental flows, and I think we've been talking about this, and we actually had some presentations. I think it was in our last meeting, sort of on the topic, and we've been discussing, trying to think about a focus of what that would be a review on this topic might be about, and that evolved into consideration, thinking what would the purpose of environmental flow review be, and then expanded that to start talking about topics that are maybe more ecosystem in nature, and particularly talking about desired future conditions. And maybe that would be sort of a goal, is that one could really begin to discuss what desired future conditions should look like. We talked about, asked the question, are there ecosystem goals in the Delta? Are there ecosystem measures that are used to assess progress? And should there be? And if so, what are the more ecosystem level goals, future states? And I think where we're coming down now is sort of leaning in that area, but before we actually do anything, we want to assess what has already been done on that topic in the Delta. Clearly there's been some scenario visioning and horizon scanning kinds of things, but future conditions, review the Delta plan, other documents, and see what's been done sort of in the Delta. And also we're going to pull together the SFEI report that they've done on future conditions in the Bay and Delta, and look at that and see what's in there, and I guess get a better assessment of what efforts already been expended on this topic in the Delta, and then see if there's an area that we can be fruitful for us to dive into. Bob, any other thoughts? Or
Sure, thanks, Dave. Maybe just a little bit of background here too is e-flows are something that I've been interested in for a long time and have done work in. And I personally was having a very hard time envisioning what sort of new contribution we could make. It's a fascinating topic, of course. After all, I really like it. So, but I couldn't envision how it might be, how we might contribute to the body of knowledge out there to manage things differently. So I initiated a few weeks ago more of a conversation, continuing conversation with Sarah Yarnell, and asking her for putting out some of my thoughts to her. And one of my thoughts was, would it be useful to review the California e-flows framework? Would that be something that would, if we did that, that would elevate it and perhaps, give it more legitimacy than it already has? And I wasn't wild about it because, again, I couldn't see how we could add to that. They've done a fine job already. And she agreed. She didn't think that it would be especially useful right now anyway, because it has gotten a lot of review here locally in the state agencies and so forth. I then went back and I looked at the presentation we received from the state agencies, from the water agencies about fee flows. And again, I couldn't see where we would fit in right now. Perhaps they do, but on my end, I couldn't see how we would contribute to anything that they're doing, at least science-wise. Perhaps they'll have some very specific suggestions for us going forward, but right now I just didn't see it. But the one thing that I think Sarah and I did agree upon is that fee flows could be used as either a strategy or a tool for doing something that's broader based or more Delta wide. That if we were to pick a topic like, future environmental conditions or resiliency at a much broader spatial and temporal scales and so forth, that e-flows might be one tool or one strategy that we would employ to try and reach, whatever those goals might be. And there's other tools or strategies that could be used too. But in that sense, it would be used in a very positive way to come up with a vision or a vision that could be acted upon, recommendations that could be acted upon going forward to make the Delta a better place at some future time. And I think that's really, Steve, where our discussions kind of ended the other day is, in talking about that, is that we're thinking that it probably should be something more broad-based, something that would encompass more of the committee members here who would have various kinds of interests, whether they be social or environmental, whatever they might be, but it would be more inclusive of our entire ISB. And I guess personally, I realize that I am not familiar enough with all these other efforts that have gone on. There's other documents, that the ISB has done and that the Delta various boards have done and so forth, and also the San Francisco Estuary Institute and so forth. We felt, well, maybe it's a good time just to read those, as Steve said, and learn from them, think about this a little more and have a subsequent discussion, and then decide where we might go from there.
Thanks,
Anyway,
Bob. Another
thanks.
thing that reminds me of is a offshoot that we talked about a little bit was large infrequent disturbances, I think was the term used, not as a desired future state, by the way, but as a topic in and of itself, such as the drought, where one might be able to think about, is the science adequate to predict what might happen to the ecosystem, in a sense, under those conditions. Virginia?
So the acronym is LIDS, Large and Frequent Disturbances. If you're not familiar with it, everything has an acronym. But, when we got to the topic on resilience and then we talked about sustainability, the question that kind of came up is, well, what does that mean for the Delta? And we really didn't know what that meant. And so desired future conditions is kind of looking at what futures are acceptable in view of changes that are going to occur. Maybe they're lids, or maybe they're slow change in climate. And given all of these different activities that are going on, what does resilience mean? And so trying to get a handle on that, and maybe e-flows or forecasting are tools that could be used toward that. But it's really a broad question. And we obviously would have to engage a lot with the different agencies and groups that are doing this. So we may end up coming up with more questions than review, but I think it's important that some of these questions be asked.
Yes, ma'am.
So after one of our last meetings, Lisa gave me a link to a very interesting article, which you might remember it's like a overview article about water allocation and what were the 3 big issues. In any event, but one of the issues that was brought up by this agricultural group, or I'm not sure which, was this inadequacy of the environmental flows in the context of water temperature, and how there had been a die-off of fish during the drought because even though there was nominally sufficient flow, but the water was too hot. And so that that is an important scientific issue and relates to predictability and kind of considering that aspect of sufficient flow. So I don't have my internet, so I don't remember what that article was from, but thanks for sending it. But it was a stakeholder group type article that you sent me. And I think that's an issue that people understand and would fit into this resiliency, future scenarios, and what's happening now.
Hey, Bob and Jay.
Yeah, if I could respond just quickly, in terms of e-flows and kind of the e-flows fraternities, sorority of folks around the world, is that, and even in a practical sense in the Columbia Basin, when we speak of environmental flows, we do include temperature and other constituents that the flows have to be suitable for the goals that we're trying to reach. And it's not just the volume of water coming down, it's the temperature, it's the salinity, or, the constituents, contaminants and so forth. They have to be within acceptable levels and they have to arrive at acceptable times, to be used. So.
It's great, Diane, that you raised this. There is an active proposal from a group of august environmental lawyers, water lawyers in the state of California to modify one of the major environmental laws in the state, 5937 in the Fish and Game Code, which requires that sufficient water be released from each dam to provide for fish downstream, to explicitly modify that in legislation to include temperature. So in terms of science, I think it's well accepted that the water quality is should be part of environmental flows, but we can't always get there from here in terms of the law and the regulations. And so maybe some thinking on that would be useful by this body.
Hey, Joe.
So Bob, when you talked to Sarah Yarnell, she said that nothing much we can do in this context, because I remember that we have been going through with different types of flows, especially regulatory context, functional flows, unimpaired flows, impaired flows, a lot of different types of flows which comes into management perspective. Are all those things kind of sorted out well, or is that the feeling you got?
Well, I'm interpreting her email back to me, and that yes, there's still a lot to be done, I think. But when you look at the team and the framework they have here in California, they are really very, very good, and they're on top of a lot of these things, and they're moving ahead, I think, in very positive ways. And my sense was, I mean, this is just my sense of from our email exchanges, it would probably not be timely right now to muddy the waters in a way. They're moving ahead in a good way. Let them move ahead. Would you agree with that, Jay? Because you're close to this as well.
I am in fact too close to this because I signed Sarah Yarnell's paycheck, not paycheck, but timesheet. I think what they're doing is absolutely great. It's a wonderful group of young people from institutions across the state. And to get these things instituted is going to take a group of young people.
I just want to point out that Oregon has a temperature water quality standard as part of its regulations. And it's required almost, it's part of their EPA, and it's considered part of their standard. And it's of course used for fish and that, but any kind of restoration program and things like that or activities need to take that into account just as much as a TMDL.
I think Colorado does as well and has had for a while.
Yeah. Oregon started in the Willamette River in, I believe, 1967, and in early 2000s or late 2000s, it adopted it statewide. Wow.
You know, I think our discussion the other day was a very good one because I like the evolution of it to going from a narrow focus on e-flows. And I think there's a lot we could do there and we could be very helpful of the framework. But if they're not ready to have us, if down the road, if they would like us to do something, that's great. I think we should do it. But I like the way our discussion evolved towards a future environment or sustainability or resilience, you know, something that was more encompassing of the expertise that we have here on the board. And especially, you know, bringing in the social components, dealing with uncertainties, you know, trying to build I would say a consensus, if it's even possible, but building a consensus among a lot of the major players of what a future Delta might look like. And even if we can't attain that during our tenure here, it's a conversation that I really believe has to take place. We have to plant that nugget or that kernel of an idea within the system. And it seems to be that it's already being discussed in various ways within the council and others. But I'm not quite sure that it's really come together as a focus yet. And whichever avenue we choose, I think we can make a great start on something. And it may take other board members in the future are going to have to finish it. But I really do like the way it's evolving.
I guess Jay wants to talk next.
Yeah, Jay.
Sorry about that. This is a very active topic of discussion in California. I mentioned before this recent voluntary agreements proposal that has a mix of environmental flows and habitat restoration. And that a lot of the controversy and discussions in California are how much does environmental flow management, how much should that be paired, and how would you pair it with habitat redevelopment proposals? And there's a lot of controversy about that, perhaps partly due to science and partly due to other interests. This body might be able to provide something in that conversation if it wanted to. It's a little risky in that it's such a dynamic conversation. It's hard to know what to respond to, but this body does have some expertise on what different states have done in this area and some summary document and along those lines with some thinking about how that might apply to California might be a useful role for us. And that isn't a full review, but it might be useful as part of the discussion. Diane wants to add it.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, if I could just add something to what Jay said, I think, that's actually a very good suggestion, to summarize what's out there. And I wonder if the framework hasn't already done that, at least implicitly. But my sense is in the past, we've used the environmental flows framework very successfully in Africa, in Kenya, especially on the Mara River and in South Africa. And elsewhere too. The Columbia, we're using it a bit. It's a little more complex there, but by and large, compared to the Delta, these are all simple systems, really simple systems. And so we can get buy-in from the tribes and others, and we're, in the Columbia, salmon is the goal. I mean, that's salmon. In Africa, it's having a sustainable, cropping systems and so on among the tribal folks. And so, yeah, it's doable there. People can understand it all. I really wonder about something as complex and as a system that's evolving as fast as the Delta. How in the world would you ever apply such a concept here? I mean, that's a great challenge. It's a great challenge, but it may be too much for, my feeble little mind, to really get around it and figure out exactly what to do. So anyway, it's been working well in simpler, less complex systems, but in this one, I think we really do need to think about it a lot deeper. And that's where the framework, the brain power of the framework comes in.
So Jay, in terms of the temperature discussions that are going on now, is it primarily salmon or only salmon, or are they thinking more broadly?
Fish.
Fish in general?
You'd love it. It's just fish.
I
Nothing else matters. Just.
I know that,
fish.
but I'm wondering, in the legislation, are they focused on fish?
It's
I mean,
it's
on
a
salmon.
proposal from a group of legal scholars to modify the law. It's not actual legislation at this point, but
Okay.
the current legislation, which is one of the most ancient, some of the oldest environmental legislation in the state, is about maintaining enough flows downstream of dams to support fish.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the temperature.
And the idea is to add flows and temperatures suitable for fish.
Okay. Yes, Virginia.
So I loved your face on just fish. So it wasn't what I expected. Anyway, some of these comments have alluded to the fact that this is probably a process and that it will not be ending, within a short time. And I think that's an important part of this. So I see it kind of as a living goal to try and think about what's the appropriate future for the Delta. And as you take this, and if it does focus on environmental flows, when you take it to something else, then it may be broadened, and we may see that there's an approach for doing this that applies a little bit different in different places. When I've done this, the spatial component is really important because this place may have a goal for something, and this may have a goal for something else. And that is a way to meet the co-equal goals for the Delta. But you need to make sure that this goal and this goal do not result in a conflict down here. And that's this holistic view that Diane was talking about. So I think starting small and doable and not trying to do everything at once is really essential, because we can't bite off too much at one time. But I think we kind of can see this as a step forward, maybe.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions on this topic? Yes, Dan.
I think this somehow relates to some of the management aspects where when we were being briefed about the different ways that the water is allocated and violations that occur in terms of salinities. So at different points in the system, like this X point that we saw, and so the environmental flows are tied to these in a direct way to these management, and I got the impression that there were more instances due to the drought of these salinity violations, exceedances occurring. So that makes this somehow very timely at this as well.
Okay, any other thoughts, recommendations? I guess one of the way forward is to start gathering up this literature and background reports and seeing if we can put together maybe a website or something with the relevant major references.
You know, one of the questions we've been having is which should be the main reviews we work on this year in addition to, you know, other reviews we know that are coming. I wonder if it might be worthwhile to run through all the ideas before nailing down how to proceed on any given idea.
Yeah, I like I said, I think what we won't adopt the review until we actually get to the sort of the, let's do a perspective stage. So other than that, we're just still in a sort of an exploratory mode. And as long as our exploratory mode doesn't cramp us, right? That's what I think what you're suggesting. Let's not get too far off into too many ideas.
Yes, and I think one of the suggestions that I'll be talking about later may be relevant here. So that's, I have an ulterior motive
I
as well.
Okay, I guess we'll move on to food webs. Food webs is a very large topic, you know, of course, and it comes up actually a lot in terms of various workshops that are being done and various reviews. I might want to point out our specific #1 recommendation in the non-native species review is to develop a comprehensive, spatially explicit food web model that is delta-wide in scope and tied to environmental driving forces and conditions. So obviously, if we did anything on food webs, we'd probably come up with that same recommendation in some respects. There's been a lot of workshops that talk about food web, food resources. When you talk here about this, I'm relaying some of the conversation we had yesterday in the car, that they talk about restoration for the purpose of enhancing the food web. In many respects, we're talking about enhancing food resources for fishes, you know, and which is different than a food web. We all know a food web is who eats who and what are the interconnections and interdependencies. Food resources in a general sense, meaning phytoplankton and zooplankton, is related, but not the same topic. There's been a lot of work done on that. A lot of work done, a lot of workshops done on zooplankton and food web, i.e. food resources, kinds of things. So we thought, what could we do that would be valuable? And, you know, we had a couple of talks on food webs and stuff like that. And it seems one of the missing things that we found in the invasive species report is sort of a real food web model in the upper food web, so that one could look at what would happen if there's a change in species composition, what would happen if there's an impulse of resources or loss of species or anything like that. When you, one example I might add is that, as an example, if you do a restoration program that produces a lot of zooplankton, and that's food resources, well, you need to know where that food goes. If the intent is to give it to smelt, but you're also giving it to smelt competitors, you know, and everything else that eats zooplankton. So who are you actually enhancing when you do that, when you enhance the quote unquote food resources? A food web model could tell you those kinds of things. It could also tell you things with changes in climate or temperature, stuff like that. So what we thought, rather than doing a typical review, we would have a workshop. And the workshop would be focused on upper level food webs and upper trophic level food webs. And the idea would be to bring in some outside expertise on applications of food web models, look at what the possibilities are and what the insights you can get and what you're missing by not having a food web model. Also get a state of the science of where agencies are on this topic, what their thinking is on the topic, what their needs are on the topic, and walk away from that workshop with some recommendations on what the next steps might be. And just to do that all in a workshop. We kind of did that with the levy workshop, was kind of an example of that process. And I think that would be something that it doesn't require all of you to become experts in food webs, but it brings the experts together so that we could use the results from that workshop and the recommendations that come out of that workshop as our report. Lisa, anything else to add to?
Well, I'll add something that Jay said in the van. So Jay, I hope I'm not stealing your thunder here, but you mentioned that, there's a proposal on the table to have pay farmers to essentially grow zooplankton and then release it into the system as a food supplement. But yet there's not really the science to say, how can you optimize such a program? What would that be worth to the system and that sort of thing. So there's a very practical use of this kind of information.
Along those lines, there's a really interesting drought management thing that's been done. I think it's probably going to happen this year and has happened in the last few drought years, where the Nature Conservancy, working together with some of the wildlife agencies, regarding birds, it's called bird returns, maybe you've heard of it, where they will look into the season of the migration for the birds and say, well, in this drought year, we think we will have these wetlands available as stops along the Pacific Flyway, but we have these gaps. We anticipate these gaps given the anticipated population of birds coming at different times. We would like to pay farmers to provide this much wetland at different locations along the Pacific Flyway to supplement whatever is remaining during a drought. And so it's an open solicitation and farmers can bid to say, well, for this much money, I will provide this much habitat at this time, at this location. And then bids can be selected from that to establish the corridor. To make that work, you kind of have to have some quantified idea of how much you need and when you need it and where. Much like we kind of need to implement these proposals that are fairly active for paying farmers to let some of their land sit around for a while until zooplankton develop on them so they can be, and then to flush it into the main stem or to the bypasses or tributaries at particular times and places and rates, presumably. How do you know when it's worthwhile and how it's all going to fit together without a food web model? And maybe some other models, because I like models.
Yeah, Bob.
Following on what Jay's point, there's kind of two issues here that I would expect would be very important. One is really understanding the carrying capacity of the delta for fish at various life stages, and also spatially explicit what the carrying capacity might be. And one of those, the carrying capacity can either be food limited in various ways, and I think bioenergetic models and monitoring and so forth can begin to address that. The other part of that equation is, at least partially, is habitat. Is the habitat there? And judging from the amount of snagging and dredging and so on that goes on throughout this, what we saw yesterday, boy, it sure looks like habitat is really limiting here, especially for the younger stages of the fish. And so it's not just a food web issue in my mind. It's habitat and probably food availability, but also the ability of this system to actually produce the foods that are needed in the right amounts at the right time. And some of these I think are probably a little bit easier to get after scientifically than others, but in just a back of the envelope calculation, I think you really could use bioenergetic models, to begin to estimate just how much food in total, is needed in order to sustain the kind of populations that you want to see at various life stages. And, and that doesn't have to be a complex model, but it is something that somebody with knowledge about fishes and fish systems and bioenergetics could probably do rather quickly. Yeah, I didn't want to point my finger like we said, but yeah, and then all the habitat is of course, is another one. And if we had a workshop along those lines, it really explored what the limitations are, which food webs are part of that and habitat is part of it, then I think that could be very productive.
Yeah, as you probably know, in some of the food web kind of things that are done with EcoSim and EcoSpace as an example, they use biomass as their term that they're using. That's the currency, and usually a biomass per meter squared kind of an operation, unless it's a 3D thing, and they are spatially explicit. So one could also, and there's talk of moving into the realm of making it more habitat specific as well, which in the Delta is largely one and the same, habitat and space. And so I think adding that element to this kind of a workshop seems to make a lot of sense, and see what if we walk out of a workshop like this, getting more recognition of the value of these sort of models in terms of answering the questions that are already out there, but also some of the data needs and information needs that might also be valuable. Habitat is probably one of those.
Yeah, and I think along the same lines too, I think keeping it simple is important in the beginning, but certainly water quality comes into play here, whether it's temperature or the various kinds of constituents that are coming into the system, even in minute quantities. But maybe that's not an arena you want to enter into right away, because it seems like carrying capacity and habitat are probably at least two you can start out with, and there's enough expertise to get that discussion going.
And I think nutrient loading will be one of those, because that's sort of,
yeah. Mhm.
Thanks. This is a really helpful conversation and is very consistent with other details that we didn't bring up about our talk in the van. But I like how you framed it, Bob. I mean, really the question is, which model best serves the purposes of the management needs? Where's the gap? And so, maybe we put the cart before the horse by assuming it was food web models. But yeah, we do understand. First of all, we want to recognize that they already are doing a lot of modeling of the salinity needs of fish. And, so there is some element of this. I think what we think is missing is a way to do it more dynamically, again, with the rapidly changing ecosystem. Do we really have all the pieces put together to say, well, if this change occurs, how does that shift the management? And in particular, this food issue, you bring up a perfect example. What if the abiotic conditions are 100% limiting productivity? It doesn't matter how much food you put in, right? But they have, in the food web modeling they've done to date, at least my understanding, which is not 100%, it's very bottom up. A lot of things are very bottom up. And then the question is, what if you brought in the abiotic factors at the higher trophic levels? What would be the story there? So I think this is all very helpful conversation, and we would want to bring out these ideas in the workshop. So.
Yeah, clearly on individual species, particularly the endangered species, there's a tremendous amount of work, including bioenergetics and things like that, done on those. But again, defining the relationship in the context of a food web, and that is far more room for activity.
Just as an example, we did a food web study about 10 years ago on the Columbia River. The Columbia River is a system. And one of the examples we put forward in that is we used a bioenergetic model to follow just a single cohort of young salmon between this dam and a dam downstream. And we knew how many went by because they were pit tagged. We knew they were followed as a cohort, where we knew how much weight they had put on. We took a bioenergetic model and figured out, okay, how much food did it take to grow those fish to that, from this size to this size over this distance at these water temperatures and so forth. And the amount of food we came up with was stunning, especially when you combined it to what we thought was the production of the zooplankton and the benthic vertebrates that had been measured up till that point, is that they required 8 times more food than we had ever estimated was even possible that for that segment of the river to produce. And so we have no idea how they put on that girth as they went from point A to point B. And it just exposed a huge gap, in our understanding of of what happens as fish move to the ocean. Where are they actually getting the calories and the nutrients they need, not only to grow, but to be able to migrate over those long distances. So I think it's a very simple, it was a relatively simple calculation. A lot of information went into it, but kind of judging on one hand, what they eat, but then what do they need to actually be a viable population, and make it from point A to point B. It really exposed a huge gap in our understanding at that time. So anyway, just as an example.
Sounds like a candidate to be invited to the workshop. Whoever wrote it. Jay.
One of the things that I thought was brilliant about the idea of having a workshop on this was that we could sort of sit back and watch all of the experts in the region and maybe a few from outside of the region, which that's an excellent idea, demonstrate their knowledge and gaps, have some discussion about that before we sit down and write up anything. And I think that's a really good place to start. So it seemed like a way to start that would provide, even if we didn't touch it afterwards, would provide a lot of value to the community. And I think that's a good use of everybody's time.
I mentioned along the same lines is when we finish the report, we report to a council that's made up of 2 representatives from each of the Northwestern states who make all the final decisions. But we were very careful. It was a very long report, but we made sure that we only made a few recommendations, that things that we thought were vitally important that they as a Northwestern Columbia Basin Council, needed to act upon. And we spent a lot of time with that. So we submitted the report, we made our oral presentation, to the council and so forth, and they thanked us, and we went away and we didn't hear anything. And then I was, maybe a month or 2 later, I was talking to the lead counsel for the council, our lead lawyer. And he just said, they tabled it. They just put it on the shelf. I said, well, you got to be kidding me. We gave them 6 very specific recommendations of things that they could do. And he goes, well, they discussed it internally and they said, we can't do any of those. And so let's forget it and move on. Went on the shelf, was never acted upon, any of them. And I think there was a big lesson in that for us anyway, about, how we would communicate with the decision makers. We thought we were so clear and so specific and so forth, that they just felt there was nothing they could do about it. We were operating on too large of a spatial and temporal scale for them to get their minds around, or, their abilities around, in order to do anything that, would have improved the populations or the environmental situation going on. So they just let it go. So anyway, good.
Thanks for those words of encouragement, Bob.
Yeah. But I think I do think though, they're not encouraging, but there are things that can be done better in better ways. Lisa?
Oh. Okay, I'm hearing, without sort of jumping ahead too quickly, I'm hearing enough of no objections. So what we might do next then is to formulate a sort of a basic outline of what the workshop objectives might be, and what the key questions, and maybe even think about what the final products might be, and maybe start thinking about a list of invitees or where we would go. And we could put that together maybe for the next meeting for the board to have a look at and comment and see if we really want to dive forward into it. Is that and normally this sort of thing would probably, hopefully all the board would participate at some stage, but a couple of board members would probably take the lead and run with the workshop. And then I think in the levy workshop, I think we more or less all have participated, or most of us participated. Does that seem reasonable? Uh-oh, Edmund's got an objection. Edmund.
Oh, no, I just had a point of clarity for this. So I know for like the Society's Reversal, they're doing a prospectus before the workshop, but for the food webs one, you're just jumping straight to a workshop outline and a workshop. Just for clarity in terms of the follow-ups.
You might follow up the workshop with a prospectus to do a review. We don't necessarily have to commit ourselves to doing a review before the workshop.
That's true, but we need clear questions that we're trying to address through the workshop. So there should probably be something in writing.
A workshop proposal.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is yes, I'm afraid we're gonna have to probably do something.
We will have a new board member who has some expertise in this area starting in June. So you could pre-assign him, although you might want to wait until after he signs the
Diane
contract.
just stepped out of the room. She had to leave, so I think. Okay, anything else on that? All right. We're now going to talk about new ideas. And this is an opportunity if people have some new ideas or things to consider. And I think I know there's at least two on the table. I'm trying to start with Joe because he has to leave early. So.
Yeah, so this is not exactly a new idea. It's kind of renewing, every year also. So this originated with certainly Jay, because who is very familiar with the topic, hydrodynamic and water quality modeling. So when Jay suggested back in probably 2016, 17, around that time, what I did was I kind of reached out to stakeholders, but this is not a representative set of stakeholders. These were people who are doing modeling. So of course, they were very good agreement that we should have a model. This was Richard Denton from the Contra Costa district, and then Greg Gartrell. So they basically kind of give some hints and saying that it's a very mature topic to look at, given that these modeling capabilities are increasing and they are diversifying. So you have many models, and what are the best models you should use to model a particular scenario. And currently, so the two topics came together, water quality and hydrodynamics, because now people don't just run a hydrodynamic model, they are all now connected, usually encapsulated. Now, for example, DWR has this model DSM, which is the Delta simulation model, which they have a big working group going on. That has a hydrodynamic component, that has they call a scalar component, which has salinity and temperature component, and they have a particle tracking, 3D particle tracking component, which looks at the larvae and fish eggs and all those things moving around. So those are all connected now. And that's not the only model you have. You have many other models which others are using that research, I forgot it's RCM model or RAM model, which also has been used, RAM model, which has been used for Delta for a long time, since 1960s, and that has evolved. Calcium, the full suite of models are there. And then now recently with the climate change component, they have these BCM models, basin characterization models, which has connected the climate change component into hydrologic response. So you can see there's different class of models coming in. So you have all these different models. Some of them are really connected with the ecosystem component. And I think this RAM model also has a levee component, levee failure predictions. So a lot of things like that. So it will be very good to sort out this. And we have a new member coming in, Jayant Obesekar, and he also has expertise, so he can carry on this. And in addition, I think Laurel, she basically has an integrated or integrative modeling team. She's putting together, I think Jay is going to be one of the members of the team. She was communicating with us, yeah. So all these things coming together now. So it will be good. It will be good that if we consider that this as a topic. It's a little older topic, but I think it's getting relevance more and more.
Thanks, Joe. Would it be theoretically models have a purpose, and are you going to look at the effect of these models under various purposes, or is it what exactly would you think would be evaluated?
Yes. So the first, there are scales of operations. So different scales, different capabilities, different origins, institutional origins, and there are the resolutions for a particular purpose. So that's something which we have to kind of characterize, classify according to the model, and then come up with a suite of model. Hey, this is basically has been used, and this is their utility, this is their performance, and it's open source, or whether is it restricted, proprietary. So all these different things, if you do a review for a person or agency in the future who want to use this, can use that as some kind of a guideline. I'm sure many people know about these things, but when they start working on a model, as you know, is so kind of involved and complicated that they kind of pigeonhole themselves, and then they don't go into other models, although there's a swath of models available. So hopefully this will give you that expansive look of different models available, all water quality, ecosystems, and they are connected. Mostly we should look at the connected models and then go from there. So this is just a point of discussion, and I'm sure you can see Jay wants to say a few words.
Okay, go ahead.
This is really fundamental, I think. The movement of water, movement of water quality, movement and transformations of water quality, and all those critters, including those fish that ride in the system and thrive or demise in the system. The flow of the water is really fundamental to it all. There's a lot of modeling, as you've noted, several different groups that get along fairly well together, although they don't have in common modeling necessarily all the time. The changes that we're seeing in this system are going to be changes in temperature, changes in salinity, changes in downstream elevations, changes in hydrology that are all going to be, again, fundamental to how well all these ecosystems and water systems, water management systems thrive and adapt and have to deal with. So I think that this is really an important area for us to deal with. There's a lot of great expertise in the modeling of these things. Much of the difficulty that I see in this is not so much in the modeling, although I think it's very interesting and probably good for us to review, but in the sociology of the different groups that have demands for insights from these kinds of studies and that produce these kinds of studies. So I would see some value in this group, because it won't be in this time frame, I'm pretty sure. And we'll have some new board members that are really excellent on this, coming from Florida, where they've been moderately successful with this business. In having us produce a long-term look at what this system needs for science and technical capabilities, not necessarily new ideas and new science, but how do you take existing science and existing technical capabilities and improve them for the purposes of the challenges that this system is going to face in the future. So rather than reviewing past stuff and stopping, I think a future-oriented review of the subject for the future, current and future problems could be really spot on.
Okay, Elisa, and then Virginia.
Yeah, along the same lines, and this is a naive question, so I really is a question, but I wonder, given that there are all these new open source modeling tools and things that are enabling people to collaborate across great distances and, you know, and better, and lots of people are engaged in making the code better. I wonder if there's a place for that sort of forward looking too, in terms of, yeah, so that's my question. But I also want to reiterate that it is incredibly hard to pick the right model for the right job. And it's such a huge time investment that anything that could be done to lower that time investment to point you to, if you have this question, this model, or even just characterizing how hard it is to implement these different models, even that's hard to understand without already learning everything you need to know about the model. So that might be one element. And I'm also thinking it may feed into the collaboratory, especially if this open source idea goes anywhere.
I guess I'd observe that it is easier to change models and modeling technology than it is to change the sociological conditions under which the modeling is done. And that getting that institutional and culture set right for the long term is far more important than particularly picking a particular technology.
Okay, and just to weigh in here, yeah, and it's also possible that some technologies will just be really inappropriate in a regulatory context or things like that. So because models have to be fixed and to make certain decisions, and but that could be part of the review too. Yeah.
I think DSP, you had integrative modeling contract, right, with Tetra Tech and PAX and the crowd. So can you, probably you might want to weigh in at some point. Thank you.
She has her.
Well, yeah, that's actually why I put this up. I was just gonna remind everyone about that, and I'm not sure how that fits into what you were talking about, Joe, but a lot of that, it sounds like at least some of the work you were talking about has been done. So I'll point everyone to our website and these Tetra Tech products that were done under the guidance of the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee that Ben Geske on the science program staff coordinates, but it includes this online living modeling inventory and all sorts of other reports. So some of that work may have already been done and that you could build upon.
There's also a new modeling, California Water Environmental Modeling Forum is about to release a new set of modeling guidelines and protocols for the development of models. Sometimes that might, I think, be somewhat relevant. It involves much of the same conversation as the Delta Stewardship Council's process to develop their documents. It's a lot of the same people, actually.
So modeling is a tool. And what I see missing from this are the questions. And I know for this hypoxia review for the Gulf of Mexico that I was involved in some years ago, what we ended up doing was starting with the questions and then thinking about which models were appropriate for which of those questions, and did the review of models in that context. And I would urge something like that than just a discussion of models, because I kind of lose where it's going otherwise.
Yeah, as Joe knows, as a co-author and Jay, we recommended in the Fish and Flows report, the development of a 3D hydrodynamic water quality model that incorporated, mechanistically incorporated fish. And I don't know that that's been evolved yet, but that.
It's been 7 years, I'm sure.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, Joe? Do you have any additional thinking now, or?
That mostly models are currently 1D, 3D models as we recommended. They are not that common.
I think for this system, they will always have 1D models for very fast computation for real-time operations. But the standard now is 3D models. There's about 3, maybe 4 3D hydrodynamic water salinity models that are fairly commonly used. There's one with the Delft code, Delft 3D code. Schism, which is a homegrown, not quasi homegrown code in the Department of Water Resources. There's the RMA code, which I think, well, maybe that's
Yeah,
only
in-
2D.
In fact, that DSM also for the fish part, fish in the sense, the
Right.
fish nutrients and all these things. That part
Yeah.
is 3D.
Yeah,
So
and
I
all
don't
of
know
these
how this
codes have
coming.
particle tracking as well.
So Lauren, back to your suggestion, does that report list all of these, and does it list strengths and weaknesses, or what's the nature of that report? Can you elaborate a bit?
I can only elaborate a little bit because I have to admit I have not read these reports, but what I can say is there are 4 reports: modeling best practices, survey of integrated modeling applications, technological challenges and solutions, and some synthesis papers. There was a management summary and a synthesis report. And then they also have this online living modeling laboratory. So this was all completed in the fall of 2020. It probably has not been updated since that date, since the contract expired, but I still think it's a helpful set of information that you could build upon. And I'm guessing the QEMF one is probably building on this modeling best practices, because it does include a lot of the
Yeah,
same folks on the
yeah, that's
IMSB.
right.
The Integrated Modeling Steering Committee
Right.
has a lot of folks on it.
Right. But there's now going to be a new set of modeling protocols
Mhm,
for that people can subscribe to in the Delta. And
mhm.
it's fairly good,
Okay.
but not perfect like anything.
So Joe, are you familiar with that report?
Sorry, I knew the reports exist, but I haven't read like Lauren, not everyone. Maybe I can have a look at it and give you a brief report next time, whether something needs to be done, and if needs to be done, how we can go about creating something useful. And also by that time, probably we will hear from Lawrence. You have a meeting quite soon, right? Within the next month or so, about the integrative modeling group. You accepted, I think, the invitation.
I did, but I wasn't sure when it was going to occur.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that was been decided.
Yeah, okay. So we'll put together.
You accepted it too, as I recall.
No, I said that if you are the best, but if you say no, I will accept. So that's how it went. So the best one accepted.
I don't know that that's true.
And what, Joe, or I mean, Jay, when is that QEMF kind of modeling thing coming out?
I would think within weeks or month or so.
Okay.
Yeah,
That might be useful too. So.
it's way better than the version that was done 20 years ago.
So shall we keep this? I mean, I'll try to come up with a one pager for the next meeting after talking to Jay and also looking at these reports. And then that time, probably June time, we have the new member also coming in. So that will be a better time to discuss.
I think you better lay out the assignment before he shows up, because that sounds good. Yeah. Okay, we have another one, and I think Lisa's going to take the lead on that.
Remains to be determined. So this is an idea that will sound familiar given our existing conversation, but Tanya and I just started an idea, and I just want to be very clear. It's a nugget idea. We definitely need to have further conversations to see if this is appropriate and relevant. But basically, what we're thinking is the motivation here, along the lines of what Tom was saying. Is the slow and steady approach going to work, or do we need something a bit more transformational? So our thinking was that there could be a need for more transformational thinking along decision-making under uncertainty, how scenarios are developed, and also just more generally how managers are able to take up climate change forecasts and really apply them. So those are kind of the 3 themes. Here's what we imagined might be inputs to the review, that there would be kind of a summary of what climate change data sources are currently being used? Are people taking advantage of some of the consortiums that are developing climate change scenarios and forecasts? Are they using the best available science? I'm sure they're using good science, but might there be, are there impediments to using certain products that might be considered superior but are hard to use? These are the kinds of things we would ask. And then, how are agencies finding it? Are they able to incorporate climate change scenarios into how they manage things? And then to do decision-making under uncertainty, it's not about just quantifying the uncertainty, it's checking whether your decisions would work if your best guess about the future is wrong. So it's a better way to take variability of the future into account. And there's many tools and methods. It's not a vague thing. There's some specific methods, but a lot of them focus on using scenarios, because if we knew the future probability, we could do very robust risk analysis. But because we don't know the future probability, because we have non-stationarity in the system, we were reliant on creative scenarios. So of course, there are already a lot of scenario planning processes, but like many things, sometimes the scenarios maybe aren't as extreme as they need to be. Maybe they're not as creative as they need to be in terms of multiple bad things happening at once. So it's just there is some science about this in terms of how do you create the minimum set of scenarios that will still give you a broad view of the system. So these are some of the ideas. And we know there's been a lot of work going on, and we had the idea that perhaps we would focus on a very specific issue, not try to take this on as a whole huge thing. So that's why I was trying to kind of wiggle into the e-flows discussion. It's, that could be the case study by which we look at this lens of how well are people taking future variability into account, and could that be improved, and also just, can we help the managers? Can we lower the bar to using the data? What does that look like? So those are kind of the themes. Tanya, would you want to add?
No, I think you did a great job, Lisa. And I think that your point that there is a lot of stuff going on is we should emphasize that we'd probably want to get our hands kind of wrapped around what's already being done around kind of scenario development and the use of climate science in decision making, and that might require some kind of review, maybe by a postdoc. We haven't figured that out yet, before we scope out kind of a broader, I think, formal review by the ISB, do some of the legwork. But I love the idea of kind of maybe tag teaming with Bob's ideas and thinking about how we can focus in, because climate science, how it's being used is such a huge topic, even if we're just speaking about the Delta. So we have to narrow it down. But again, these are just preliminary ideas, and we just want to get some feedback. And I think it blends some of it allows us to do some of the social science work that Lisa and I are interested in thinking about decision making under uncertainty, and how institutions are incorporating science into decision making. And there's good social science on that, but also then allows us to wade into some of these other issues around environmental flows, or let's pick our topic, but brings in kind of an interdisciplinary lens to the question, and has a very applied kind of focus too. Can we improve the decision making that's happening and make it more anticipatory, more adaptive, or at least make recommendations in that sense? So yeah, I think I just reiterated what you said, Lisa.
You said it so well. And this is really trying to build on, some of the recommendations the board has made previously.
Yeah, I guess one of, I think what you said near the end, Tanya, made sense to me. Not that it all didn't make sense, but but doing decision-making under uncertainty is a huge topic. And even in the context of climate change, because there's being decisions made by every individual, as well as different groups and different bodies and different purposes, and somehow focusing it towards decision-making about X under climate uncertainty, or X and Y, and like you say, maybe steering into some of the stuff Bob had mentioned earlier, or some particular topics that maybe we're reviewing already or thinking about and tying it in like that and say that, this is an important science topic. We know climate's going to impact it, and how do people make decisions about this and how are they doing it now? So that's just my thought as a fish guy, how you would narrow it down to for all the different ways that it's being done right now.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly comes up in the subsidence reversal issue. How is sea level rise going to affect, right, efforts at subsidence reversal? And are we using the right climate science to inform that? And that could be something we narrow in on or leverage that topic and spin it off into something related. But yeah, we don't have those topics picked out, but we could certainly leverage what we're already doing.
Let me just follow up that when we a number of years ago, when we had retreats and so forth, we talked about what we should be reviewing. Climate, of course, came up all the time, as did uncertainty. And in fact, if you look at our, I think it's probably in our guidelines or something like that, we talk about what should be a component to be considered in each of the reviews. And climate change and uncertainty was one of those. And my first reaction is this seems like something that should be considered in any review. Talk about how they're making decisions in the context of the uncertainty on that topic. And it seems like it applies to any review we might consider doing. So I see, Jay, do you have something? And then Virginia?
This is an eternal topic, eternal universal topic, decision-making under uncertainty. And I think it's even more interesting if you wanted to broaden it out still more to decision-making under uncertainty and conflict, because actually that's really how it gets spun, and that's the real world. So when I first saw the idea of the topic, I thought, well, that's just too eternal and universal. We can't grapple with that. But I really, like you, I very much like the idea of let's take a small picture of this around a particular issue, another eternal, but not quite universal problem of environmental flows, say, or subsidence management reversal, whatever it is. And you could do a look at how different parts of the system, different institutions in the system are looking at uncertainty and conflict related to that particular issue. Raise some of from there, I think you could go to more general principles, more general methods of approaching it, and then hopefully make something out of it. And that way it will be understandable. But if you did the eternal universal questions, you're going to be up there with Aristotle. Yeah, that's right. But it would be really interesting, I think. I mean, so I'm now convinced that you could do it, because I will not be on board probably by that time.
Okay, Virginia, then Tom.
Well, I'm glad you added conflict, because that does go with this. And when my team has been looking at these kind of things, we find that definition of baseline conditions is really critical. And, there was an analysis that showed different groups get the results they want depending on how they set the baseline. And so guidance for setting the baseline for all of these, what time, what place, what forces are considered, that can influence everything. So it's not just the scenarios at all. And, we've seen some groups come up with ridiculous baselines, and then, the public likes them maybe. And so then this is what is talked about when it's really kind of crazy. I mean, I'm sure you've experienced this. So I would really incorporate that concept, or reference conditions, whatever you use.
I was going to say, do you mean like the business as usual scenario? Is that
Well,
what-
where you start from, and then
Uh-huh.
also the business as usual.
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
they both go together, but even where you start from alone is really important. And this is where stakeholder engagement is so critical, to get people to agree on kind of where you're starting from and how you move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking, that since you're already involved in the development of the subsidence reversal, that actually might be a good topic to focus this on, because you'd only have one subject. And that subject is probably going to be levees and the sea level rise, and the state is already starting to address that problem with things like Delta adapts. There's that component to it, so that we have a ready audience for it. And I think we could probably work that into the subsidence reversal quite easily, because when you get right down to it, that's probably the problem. What's going to happen in the future? We know it's not going to be a good future. We just don't know the details of it. So you have the uncertainty to factor into that. But anyway, that might be a good place to start.
Quick response. Yeah, thank you, Tom. And I do want to, something that Tanya and I talked a lot about was the existing adaptive management, the Delta Adapts program that Karen Kafitz runs. And that's a wonderful program. They're doing a great job. And so we recognize that there is a lot going on that's appropriate, but the question is, does that have the scope we need to answer questions about subsidence? So that would be part of the interesting bit, is to see, what is the scope of existing going to meet the needs of other questions.
And I guess just following up on that, one of the thoughts we had when we were just bouncing ideas back and forth was also looking at other systems as well to see, are there some good analogs or things that we're not doing here in the Delta that could be done. So getting a handle on a specific issue like subsidence in relation to decision-making under uncertainty and climate change, but then maybe as part of our review process, including some sort of comparison to other systems, other programs. I don't know. We haven't figured that out, but.
Yeah, and I think with the subsidence, you have that because the Dutch are already quite active. I don't know what's going on in the Everglades in terms of sea level rise. It's hard to believe they're not thinking about it.
They are thinking about it.
But I mean, the Dutch are already being fairly proactive in terms of thing. And I thought at some point, once we scope out our program, that probably bringing in one or two of those other perspectives would be helpful for us.
And I thought of baselines as we were walking around yesterday, and I kept kind of asking that question and never got a good condition, because the subsidence going on in the Gulf of Mexico is largely attributed to gas and oil removal. And we saw all those, gas pipes and things, and no one really talked about that, and water extraction too. So, it is not so simple, I think, as it's being presented.
People have looked at it in the
They
Delta,
have.
and there's no local subsidence concentrated around the gas wells.
Okay.
It's,
Okay.
I think it's universally accepted now. It's the organic soil.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, and that's why, because
Most of the gas activity is gas storage. So you're pumping it in and then, okay.
Well, okay, we appreciate the inputs. It sounds like we need to have some follow-on conversations about where best to apply this. And to Steve's point, just one last comment. Even though this may become part of every review, I do think some sort of foundational work that gives a template of and just building up some resources of what's already going on would be helpful. So, okay.
Okay, any other, I hate to say this, any other ideas on new reviews? Any other thoughts about steps forward to solicit new ideas? Or do you think we have enough and sufficient? But not
I'll
too
give
much
you a
to move
long
forward?
list on October 31st.
Okay, hearing none, I think we will, I know we still have to round this up with public comment, but I want to do a time check first. Joe, what time do you leave? Okay, so after this, I'm going to jump ahead to number 9, which is a short 10-minute thing about future meetings. And then we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back and talk about our trip yesterday and round things out. So any public comments on this, Edmund?
Yes, we actually have two. We're going to go with Rachel Wigington first, and then we're going to go with Deirdre Desjardins. So Rachel, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone if you want to provide your public comment on the food webs idea.
Yes, thanks, Edmund. This is Rachel Wigington with the Delta Conservancy. I just wanted to follow up quickly on something Dr. Lund said during the food webs discussion about Delta bird returns. So we, in our most recent board meeting, reported out about the Delta Farmland Bird Returns Program. This was the inaugural year, and the Conservancy put this on in collaboration with TNC, Point Blue, and Audubon, California. And in this first year, as Dr. Lund said, this is a program that provides cash incentives for landowners to flood their fields to increase ecological value in the Delta for migratory birds, especially during times of drought. And in this first year, 1,148 acres of post-harvest or fallow rice and corn were enrolled in the Delta Farmlands program at a cost of $146,900. Bids from 5 different growers were submitted and accepted. And there was some complications because of, as you all know, we had a really wet early winter and then things dried up. So right when we were launching this program, things were really wet. And that created some field conditions that weren't appropriate for this program. But overall, the enrolled acres created valuable shallow water habitat between February 15th and March 27th. And this was the initial year of this program. We are considering running it again in the future. And as Dr. Lund said, this is a reverse auction process. So I think that as we build familiarity among the farming community about how that reverse auction process works, we'll have increased interest in enrollment. And I emailed to Edmund the link to our executive officer's report from our last meeting, which has just a few more details and some links.
My impression is that the bird returns program was also running in at least one of the years in the previous drought. Is that correct?
So I'm not personally familiar with that. To my knowledge, this was the first time it had been done in the Delta, but it has been done in
that's
lots
true.
of other areas
Right.
of California.
Yeah, it was up in the Sacramento Valley or someplace. Thank you very much for the clarification.
All right, next will be Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I wanted to talk about issues with decision-making under conflict. And one of the key unresolved issues I feel is how the board's going to receive information about conflicts, about the science. The biggest example currently is that environmental, fishing, and Delta stakeholders were completely locked out from the voluntary agreements because they didn't agree that the voluntary agreement framework had an adequate scientific basis or that it would protect fish. NRDC's expert, Doug Obici, wrote a blog post comparing the voluntary agreements to the fossil fuel industry negotiating voluntary limits on greenhouse gas emissions. And there are similar concerns about research led by the water delivers. Unfortunately, the only information provided to the board about the voluntary agreement framework is the Natural Resources Agency announcement. And I'm not sure how the board is going to deal with getting information, but it's critically important for even the board's decision about how to proceed. I do also really appreciate Bob Neuman's suggestion of providing a more neutral space for discussions about the future of the Delta. But given the increase in evapotranspiration due to climate change, I really don't think there are win-win solutions that are going to stop the native species in the Delta from going extinct, particularly the pelagic species such as Delta smelt and longfin smelt. Water agencies do have solution aversion to anything that will reduce diversions of water. And I think that's the reason that the recommendations Bob referenced got put on the shelf. It's systemic. I think the most impactful thing the DSB will do will be the review of the proposed tunnel operations, followed by the review of the voluntary agreements. And I wanted to suggest that the board might hold a workshop on salmonid survival in the Sacramento River watershed and the Delta sooner rather than later, so they're more up to speed. And that finally, another major limitation of agency processes on climate adaptation is they're structuring the climate adaptation science around the proposed project rather than the proposed project around the science. And that was a huge issue in the tunnel project, and that's going to be when it comes back. So these are things that I urge you to think about, and we may follow up with some written comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to item number 10, and do it very quickly, which is a overview of our next meetings. In May, we're planning a half-day meeting. Largely following up on a lot of the stuff we had probably presented at this meeting. The date's still open, though. We originally had it, I think, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Some conflicts have come up. We're still trying to find a time when we can get full board participation. It will be remote. And so I think Edmund will be sending out a doodle poll to possibly look at the following week, see if we can push it back a week. So that's still to be determined when that would be. The June meeting, do we have dates for June, Edmund?
Yes, we do. It's going to be June 8th to 10th.
Okay, and that is also scheduled to be an in-person meeting. This is the one of the
Yes.
second of number 4 that we've talked about. The thought would be to have a full day in the field and a full day meeting, but we're thinking about where exactly in the field would be. And there's still some open questions in that we want to sort out where that would be. I think what we're going to think about is the reviews we're talking about, as well as the EIR that's coming through. And it might be beneficial to go to the field sites where tunnels are going to be built. Or might be useful to go to other areas that reflect some of the reviews we're thinking about, so people can get in and look at the area. Like we did yesterday with subsidence. Going out and seeing subsidence, I think, is very valuable insight. And then a full day sort of a meeting. We have a lot of things already on the agenda. Again, following up from today, we might actually get a presentation from BWR on the EIR if that's moved along. And we'll also get presentations by Allegra, Christine, and Lillian on their backgrounds and so forth. And then follow up on a lot of what we've talked about today. In terms of how we format it, I'd like to get people's views. We went out on a 13-hour marathon in 90-degree weather yesterday, which we'll hear about after the coffee break. And then a long day meeting today, and then people are worried about flights and that. So there may be some other way to do it, a half-day meeting. I know half-day field, half-day meeting, vice versa. And then, there's a lot of ways to organize it. If you have any thoughts along that line, somebody told me that we should never run our meetings past, someone from the East Coast, I won't mention who, told me we should never run our meetings past 4 o'clock because they have to then run till 8 o'clock at night and so forth for the East Coasters. So there's, but for the face-to-face, if anyone has any immediate thoughts or thoughts on the road, let us know so we can get that in what works effectively. Any immediate thoughts? I see Bob has one.
Pick a cooler day.
Okay.
In June, there should be a good Delta brief.
I think you said that yesterday, didn't
There
you?
was no Delta brief.
You said, just wait, it will be here by 2 o'clock if I'm quoting you correctly.
Forecasting is fun.
Decision making
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, maybe just return at 2:30. I guess, is that 10 minutes? It's 14 minutes. 2:30, no, I'm sorry, 3 o'clock. Return at 3 and we will go through a breakdown of the tour we had yesterday and then wrap up. So we should be out of here before 4. So moving to coffee break. Okay, welcome back to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We're moving on with item number 5 now, which is the post-tour debrief. And Jay will summarize it.
We had a great tour yesterday. It was nice. It was a 3-dimensional tour as opposed to our many 2-dimensional interactions and the many 1-dimensional conversations we seem to have about the Delta. We started off in West Sacramento, the DWR offices there, gathered up into 3 vans along with several accompanying cars, a trail of individual cars with carpools. We drove down through essentially south of West Sacramento, across part of Grand Island, seeing some of the North Delta agriculture, vineyards up there, some of the levee roads, and the Sacramento River. Then crossing over and eventually going by Isleton, down 160, continuing past Decker Island. In my van, I pointed out that the space between Decker Island and Route 160 is the original Sacramento River, and the rest of it is dredged back in the early 1900s. Then we went over the Antioch Bridge, which gives a really nice view of the whole enormity of the Delta. Down from there to Dutch Slough. We had a really nice view of Dutch Slough and actual restoration in progress after almost 20 years of permitting and studies and grubbing for financing and things like that. It's still not a completed project, but there are some parts that are now in place for more than a year, which is couple of years more than it was when I was there last, and it was pre-COVID. From there, we had some really nice discussions and drive around the field trip and the site to see some of the old landscape, the newer landscape, some rapid subsidence reversal, which was done with dredging in order to make the right elevations for the new tidal habitat. Had some really nice discussions about what are we going to do with all of the deeply subtidal subsided lands that the state has and are available, and the relative scarcity of tidal elevation habitat to be restored. From there, we went to Big Break Park, part of the East Bay Park District. Had a really nice presentation there. They have a wonderful map. Highly recommend there to go see the map and see that exhibit, and see another sort of levee restoration case, which was the Big Break, which happened a long time ago and is not tidal marsh ever, probably because it was too deeply subsided for that. Then from there, we went back over 160 onto Sherman Island and looked at some of the subsidence reversal artificial wetlands that were being redeveloped in subsided land. So these are artificial wetlands 15, 18 foot below sea level, where they're trying to accrete tubers and such from tules, and where we heard that they were accreting at about the rate of 2 inches per year. So maybe as much as 3. Yeah. and some of the many interesting issues involved in that. And that was the end of our tour, unless I'm missing something else. Okay. The setback levy, yes, where they were trying to modify the riparian habitat on some of the Delta levee on the south side of the San Joaquin River so that it was a little bit more habitat friendly. They call it a setback levee, but I think of a setback levee as, actually having some floodplain that's more than a couple of feet between the levee and the water, but they called it a setback levee. Well, it's sort of an extra wide foot of the levee on the water side. So, which I'm sure they will. It's interesting to hear how they're proposing to do sampling to see if that has any effect of the fish. So, thank you for mentioning it. But setback levee, it's a little bit ambitious uses of the term to me. Great. Any other comments, thoughts on the tour?
Yeah, I just point out that for those that weren't there, there was a large public contingent, one of the largest public contingents we had on a field trip. And at one stage I counted 49 people, and which is quite a large group.
Yeah, I was talking with Lauren just before this about how successful can we be at attracting the public, and accommodating. If we're too successful at attracting the public to field trips, we could be embarrassing to ourselves because we have to turn people away for safety and parking reasons. But so we have to think about that a little bit. The thoughts, or they have to think about that. I don't have to think about it. Any observations from the field trip?
I had, I guess, a couple observations, the things that stuck with me. And one was, I am really glad we went to dinner last night together. It exposed a side of the Delta that I haven't seen since I was a teenager. It was actually quite a socially, culturally, it was a good place to observe, what life, at least a slice of life is in the Delta. And I'm really thankful for that we got to see that. It's often constituents or people that we don't ever interact with, and we probably should a bit more. The other thing that really hit me was I had heard a lot about subsidence, but I never, and I've seen all the pictures with the big tankers going by and so forth. And even as a teenager, I remember, being around this area and, experiencing the river levels being far above the fields and so on. But the thing that really struck me was when they started to talk about the implications of subsidence, that should the dike break, what it meant in terms of power supplies, power transmission, salinity, and so forth, and the overall cost of pumping that water back out, or getting the equilibrium back and so forth. And that really struck home to me. And I don't, I think others here probably are more in tune with that, but I never fully appreciated, I think, and I probably still don't fully appreciate it until yesterday, just what subsidence really meant in terms of the kind of the day-to-day operations, for the Delta system. So anyway, those were kind of the two off the top of my head that really have stuck with me.
Anyone else? Yeah, I think the subsidence in terms of me trying to put my thinking in the place of someone who's coming from outside of here, the habitat restoration efforts I think are big. And then this process of subsidence, which is a little bit unique. Well, it's not unique to deltas, but it is relatively unique to water and landscape management.
Yeah, Jay, I just have one observation. I think the field trip was a very positive thing, in terms of what we saw. But if you think about how far we had to drive through places that weren't getting that kind of attention, you get some idea of the scale of the problem we're trying to fix here.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is a big challenge.
Yeah, I do have to say that we saw only a sliver of the Delta. Not in many ways representative, but not in all ways representative. And in fact, because in many ways, the Delta is more than one Delta. Okay, anything else? I guess we're done.
Okay, thanks, Jay. And I do want to thank again all the speakers and co-hosts in the field who gave us a tremendous insight into the what's going on in the area, and also Edmund and his team for really putting together a tremendous successful field tour. So
Yeah, it should be our tour leader, Dylan Chappell, and his team.
okay,
Yes,
yes.
from the Delta Science Program, Delta Stewardship Council. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, with that, move on to item 10, which is a review of items for follow-up, and that's Edmund.
Yes. So for today, you guys discuss an idea of potentially incorporating the Delta ISB thematic reviews into the Delta Science strategy. You guys discuss various ideas, including developing annual reports to brainstorming ideas of how you approach your reviews, such as potentially considering reviewing programs individually. As a follow-up item for that item, we have Dr. Wanger and Dr. Heikela are going to follow up together to discuss next steps with potential input from Virginia. You guys also brainstormed ideas or about additional outreach to conduct for your monitoring enterprise review and also the water supply reliability estimation review. For the monitoring enterprise review, the leads are working on a potential manuscript, basing it off of the adaptive management framework for monitoring from that review, with the goal of having a draft manuscript in July. For water supply reliability estimation, there were various ideas discussed, like an op-ed, but it seems like one idea that might be taking hold is a potential post-review workshop. I don't believe you have a time frame for that. Is that correct, Jay?
I think we'd like to try for one in June.
June? All right. Did I miss
see
anything?
Lauren biting her lip.
And it was a technical workshop followed by, followed by potential DPIC presentation, yeah.
And then if there's interest in a more extensive policy workshop, then we could do that at some later date.
All right. And then we continued brainstorming future reviews. Subsidence reversal, they're still in the process of hoping to do a workshop, but they're going to prepare a prospectus after discussing or after further engaging with stakeholders on the scope of the review. Did I capture that correctly, Tom? For the environmental flows review, the current leads for that are not sure if there's much more a board review can add on the topic based off recent presentations and also discussion. There's ideas of having that one go bigger and broader, and there was an idea to assess what, to potentially focus that one on future conditions. The review leads are going to assess what's already been done on future conditions, and they'll be reviewing the Delta plan and other reports that have been done to get an understanding of what's been done. For food webs, there's an idea to do a workshop that may potentially focus on the upper trophic food web level. The current next step for that is for the leads to develop a workshop outline or some sort of workshop proposal or prospectus. We also discussed two newer ideas. One's a recirculation of an idea that Dr. Fernando presented in 2020 on hydrodynamic and water quality modeling. Joe thought it might be good to revisit that topic with a new member joining the board in June with the expertise. As a next step, Dr. Fernando will read the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee reports and also start refining that proposal to present in May with the goal to have it ready for June for the new member to arrive on board. For the last topic you guys discussed, it was a new idea from Dr. Wanger and Dr. Heikela on climate change forecasting and scenario development. There seem to be some intersections with some of the ideas from the environmental flows on future conditions, and based off to today's discussion, Dr. Wanger and Dr. Heikela will continue refining that proposal. Is there anything anyone wants to add in terms of next steps for these future reviews? And hopefully the microphone picked up my voice. All right.
Okay, thanks, Edmund.
And we're in the process of rescheduling our May meetings, and we'll keep everyone posted once we have a date.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. Excellent job. Move on to the next item, which is any public comments for items that are not on the agenda.
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, we're in the process of unmuting your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I just wanted to request that perhaps when the board makes a request to DPIC, that there be a letter and that it be posted on the board website. I think it's really important for stakeholders to be able to track those requests, and the secretaries should ensure that they're granted. They're both, the Secretary of Natural Resources and Cal EPA are both very supportive of the ISB. We lobbied to them, and part of the reason the contract situation got so out of hand was in spite of us really trying to call their attention to it. It took a lot, and when they finally realized there was action taken. So that's one aspect. The other is if you're getting a presentation on the Delta Tunnel, at some point it would really be helpful if some alternative views could be presented. There is a lot of information, and there's some really key information about concerns that might be helpful. I'm concerned about how, the board lost a whole year because of being defunded, and you're going to have to do the review pretty soon. So anyway, those are just two concerns I had, and I wanted to thank the chair and everybody so much. I'm just very encouraged by the discussion today, and I think the board's going to be independent and much stronger than it has been. It's incredibly important for the board to regain that independence and that strength. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. Before we adjourn, I just want to say this has been a fun day for me, and I think the discussion was lively and entertaining and intellectual and creative, and I think that I've concluded that this board is really going to be a productive working team. It just seems like it's a really good board. And so not that I didn't think that before, but I think having the kind of interchange we've been able to have today is really confirms in my mind, I think we're going to be a very productive and board that works in a true team environment. So I'm really happy that that's the way it's turned out. So with that, we're adjourned. Oops.
We also have public comments not on the agenda.
I thought that's what I.
Oh, no, that was for the review of follow-up items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So public comments not on the agenda then.
Just to clarify, since we did change around some of the agenda item orders, I just want to clarify with Deirdre if there's anything that we missed, and then you're welcome to provide your public comments not on the agenda.
It's Deirdre Desjardins. I apologize. I thought that was public comment on items not on the agenda. So thank you very much, and
Okay.
glad to see everybody in action.
Sorry about that, Deirdre.
Okay. Okay, now I think we're officially adjourned. Thanks, everybody.